Right, it's party time. We're gonna finish up this Spirio, and we've laid the groundwork for a really awesome touch. Just super fast lightning repetition, good tone, and then we knocked it way out of tune by pulling the strings and leveling them to the hammers so that the hammers hit all three strings at the same time. So first we have to just do a quick pull-up tuning of this. This is just a rough thing. In this case, I'll just use my tuning software. Lately I've been using Tuner. And it's good for, I like it for pitch raises. It's one that I started with when I started to learn how to tune, and I like the display for pitch raises because it's kind of a dial and you can see really clearly what the pitch is, where your target is and all that. So we'll get this close to tune. The other thing I like about Tuner is you just kind of get started. on tuning technique. When I teach people how to tune, I noticed one of the first things I see is a lot of strain trying to pull the tuning hammer to move the pins with the arm. And that's a really difficult way to tune. The way to do it is to use the weight of your body just forward and back, and you're just holding on for the ride and connecting to the tool. So it's really easy actually. You just, I don't have to put any strength into that, only enough to just hold on. Otherwise you'll get very fatigued tuning. So in my mind it's a real gentle thing I'm doing with the pin. Ready to stop pulling at any moment and to just release that connection as soon as the pitch goes where I want it to. So that's just a little bit on tuning technique to make things, hopefully someone's life easier. Mentioned this in other videos. Think of this adjusting the tuning as there's a macro adjustment and a micro adjustment, a fine tuning. The macro is when the pin actually turns in the wood. On a new piano you might hear a click. You might not hear a click on some pianos, you might just feel it move. It might be smooth, it might be a little jumpy. But that's the macro adjustment. You've got to have the rotation of the pin in the right place. This is a spring. You're cocking a spring basically, and you want it to stay there. So you've got to have the pin in the right rotation so that when things settle down and the string is kind of equalized in tension, then it's going to hold, at the pitch you want. A common mistake is to not rotate the pin far enough and just kind of, because you can move the pitch just by kind of putting pressure like that. I haven't turned the pin, but I've moved the pitch like 10 cents or something. And you might think, oh, now it's in tune, if you pull it right up to where it's in tune, but then it'll relax, it'll kind of come to equilibrium, and it'll go flat really quick. Your goal should be with the pianos that you service to get the pin rotation, to tune it frequently enough so that pin rotation is basically set for the most part, other than seasonal changes. You'll have to make little things, but to where you don't have to reset that, but then all you're doing is kind of balancing the tension in the string at that point with just a little bit of pressure. Basic thing here, I'm 20 cents flat of my target here. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to skip out listening to the pitch. I'm going to skip that because I know I need to rotate the pin, and by the time I do that on most pianos, the pitch is probably going to be higher than where I want to end up by about 10 or 15 cents, the actual what I'm hearing from the string. Let's see if that's... So I just want, I rotated the pin and it's way sharp. Like 34 cents of sharp, but now all I have to do is is put pressure back down to kind of settle it. And now it's right at 0, and it's going to stay there on a hard blow. Part of the learning curve in learning how to tune stable is to get past just listening to the pitch and just bringing it just right where you need to. Or the, you can think of it that way as you get a little more experience, but you have to rotate that pin just a little further because that string wants to pull back that way with incredible force, right? We need to cock it and then just make sure it's settled because it's going to pull on the pin. The pin is resting in a wood hole. That wood can kind of compress a little bit. That string, these friction points, the string can kind of hold a little bit more tension in this length if it's not kind of balanced. And so you want to, so that's kind of a basic way of just doing the pitch raise, is you're just saying, okay, how flat is it? I need to turn the pin, now settle down. And if you're like, and then if it wants to go sharp, then you're like, well, I went a little far. So then you just nudge it a little flatter until it's balanced. A move to the flat side is not the same as to the sharp side, right? So if I turn the pin too far, I'm not going to have a similar feeling of turning the pin the other direction because the string is pulling that way. So I got to be a lot more careful. I got to maybe just kind of nudge it, or maybe just smoothly kind of go a little bit, and not go too far. It's easy to go too far back to the flat side, and if you've started to practice tuning, that'll resonate with you, I think. So make a judgment. It's flat, pull, click, settle it in. Now that one, as I kind of push to either side and play the note, I'm just hearing and feeling, does it have a potential to go more flat or sharp of where I want to be? That string has a potential still to go a little flat of where I want to be, but I'm just doing a coarse tuning, so it's good enough. And by the time I come back around to it, it might actually be, because that string, I'm tuning to a pitch that's higher right now, right, than 0. So by the time it settles to 0, it might be set fine where that rotation of the pin is. And you notice I kind of have like a wiggling technique here, right? I'm kind of massaging it, right? That way, the technique there is I'm prepping, I'm starting to put a little bit of force on the string, and if it doesn't move, all I have to do is just put a little more with the weight of my body either way, and then it will settle, just it'll move just tiny amounts. So that's the technique there. Whereas if I do a smooth pull and I anchor my arm here, there's a lot more force on my wrist because you probably don't want to do a smooth pull not anchored, because then you can go too far a little bit. Now, I'm not saying you can't master that, but like I just tried it without anchoring. And it's harder to move the pin in a small, a tiny distance. And I'm sure you could master it. But when I'm doing that technique, it looks like the default is I'm turning the pin past the point of where it needs to be a little bit. And then I have to go back down. Whereas when I kind of just am wiggling it and adjust a little bit, I can hit it each time like that. Now if I have to move the pitch really far, like it's a newly strung piano, I'm not gonna wiggle and go in tiny little increments. It's a different game, right? I wanna pull it a lot. But I shouldn't see any of this. You're so stiff. You're like locking your body in position and trying to pull with your muscles. Ow. I mean, that's hard. Do less. Be more flexible. Just totally relax. And use the weight of your body and everything. A lot of times when I need to move the pin to the flat side, counterclockwise, I'm kind of more impacting it, kind of hitting it a little bit by degrees, bumping against it. I think I have more success moving it right where I want and not going past than if I try and use the same approach as when I pull it. I'm just going to adjust the machine to only listen a half step either side as I go up higher. It's harder for the machine to follow sometimes when I get up higher. Now, sometimes if I'm talking or whatever, or I hit a string note, the software on the Varituner might say, oh, G sharp 5, and it might calculate an overpull that's like way off from, it's just way out in space. But I can ignore that because it's just a little triangle on my display. And I can say, well, I've been tuning all the rest of these strings up to about +4 or 5. So I'll just do the same to that, to that one. I can make it recalculate that, but it's not worth it, in the time it takes. So my goal here is to get that rotation of the pin, that macro adjustment really, really close or right on where it needs to be at the overpull. And then I don't worry too much about how it's settled, just close to where the unisons are in. But you can hear that pitch going way higher, usually. Like that one. And then I'm just going to push it down a little bit. I don't want to turn the pin again the other way, then I'm back where I started. Think of pulling the pin really softly. Like just being really soft-handed. And what that'll do, what I understand that'll do is build more flexibility into your technique, which is more restful. Doesn't consume as much energy. And I think it also makes the pin move in smaller increments, which is what you want to have control over fine-tuning. If a pitch is close, really close, you might not need to rotate the pin at all. You might just need to kind of pull it up and settle it back down. So I don't know if anyone's joined yet this morning on this yet, but if you have, you can put questions or comments on what we're talking about in the chat, and I will check it on the half hour and the hour. In fact, I'm going to set an alarm. I'm going to set some alarms on the half hour and hour just so I don't forget, so people know I'm serious, so that you feel like your questions will be heard and responded to. So, just 1 minute here. Let's set our alarm for 8:30 my time here. All right, now I can't miss it as long as I. Now, as I get up to here, I like to rotate my sitting point around so that I'm not leaning off my center. And that helps also to conserve energy and whatnot. I'll move the camera over here. And we'll just work on this side a bit. Okay, great. You also notice I'm not too picky with my targets here. I'm just shooting for that triangle, within a few cents of it is good. I mean, if I do nail it, fine, I'm not gonna. But remember, every time the string settles, it's just gonna be by 25% or so. So if I'm 20 cents off, and I'm shooting for an overpull of 5 cents high, so that when it's all said and done, it'll be at 0 cents deviation. How close do I need to be to that 5? I just need to be within 4 or 5 cents by the time I'm done with my rough pass. And even then, if there's a few stray ones, you can deal with that. So try and think in 2 modes. Pitch raise mode versus fine tuning. Otherwise you're just wasting time and effort. You don't gain anything by being particular on a pitch raise. It's not like it's going to be more stable than with your fine tuning one. That's a bogus target it gave me. because sometimes it'll advance to that note when I'm playing a different note, and it'll say, "Oh, that was way sharper," you know. Anyway, it's not like the software's bad. It's just I'm going too fast for it, which is fine because of this dial. You don't need to pay attention to it anyway. And the scale of the dial changes when we go from coarse tuning, where we've got units of 10 cents, and then it'll change to like that's 5 cents all of a sudden. So it'll be a higher resolution when you do a fine tuning. Okay, so just about there. We gotta do the bass too, but that goes quick. That's another thing. Bass strings, spend less time on the bass than the treble, because it's like a bigger target that you're hitting. A bigger change in the pin turning makes a smaller change in the pitch. So it's like you're working on a different scale than up here. And the bass strings don't move around. They're pretty stable. You don't have to do a lot of special things. You don't have to do anything special really to make it stable. You just gotta move it to pitch and make sure it's staying there, you know, as you're playing it. So it can be helpful to your endurance to just say, all right, I'm gonna do the bass just real quick. Just get it done. Okay, I'm gonna move my stool down to the bass here, and we will, like I said, just quickly go through it. So here I'm gonna change my tuner to listen to all the notes on the scale, so it'll just jump down right to where I am. There, it gives me a target. It's a little bit high. A couple cents. Tune the unisons. Another thing is get your bass string pattern down. If you're muting in between two notes, I'm going to tune the outside strings of each note, move the mute to the next two, go back and tune the inside strings to what you tuned. And just get in the rhythm of the pattern of that piano. If you have a hard time moving that quickly from pin to pin, and your hammer's like not settling on the pin very well, you probably need a different size tip, you know, on your tuning hammer. So you do need a tuning hammer that you can change the tip on, because probably the default is probably too tight for effective tuning, is my guess. That's mostly what I see anyway. Thing is, Only tune one string to the machine. Don't look at it for your unisons. It'll slow you down. And it won't do as good a job. Just practice tuning unisons by ear, where it sounds like one note instead of a fuzzy double vision note. Happy that no strings broke, because sometimes on the new pianos, if a string gets nicked, I'll have a bass string just pop, and when you didn't do anything to it, that's really frustrating, because then you gotta get a new string, and that new one's not as stable as the rest, That's good enough. It's way off, right? It's not the perfect tuning by any means. All right, listen to that. That's terrible. Don't fret. It'll be fine. Our voicing on this piano is a lot more clear than what it was when we first came to it from our efforts. It's just way more clear, and too bright here still. But you can hear how after a rough tuning, the tuning's way off, but it's within target where I need to be for to have it be good. So won't be a problem at all. Now I got to decide what we're going to do next here, because I can, at this point, I can reinstall the sensing system, but then I lose the ability to make fine adjustments in the regulation if I need to at this point. So probably we're going to do a fine tuning, and then I'll go into calibrating the player system, because when I calibrate the player system, it hits the piano, the key, as hard as anyone would ever hit it. Each individual key that hard, and so it'll kind of shake loose that initial fine tuning. Then I might need to touch up a little bit, but I need to do a fine tuning before I can do a good voicing on this piano. The tuning isn't good enough for me to want to, to hear that. I'm going to take, I'll look at questions here. My alarm's about to go off in a minute for looking at questions or comments. And there it goes right there. And then I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then come back and do that fine tuning. Okay, and we'll do that by ear. But let's see if there's any comments, questions. Okay, here we are. Are the tips interchangeable? And what's the best brand to purchase? Let me go backwards, sorry, to Jesse. Jesse Balboa says, would you provide information on the tuning lever you're using in comparison to those on the market? Okay, so this tuning lever is made by Steve Fujian, and I think he's in Arizona. This was the first that we saw of this kind of hollow aluminum tube with carbon fiber on it to stiffen it. The carbon fiber acts as, like I said, it's light because it's aluminum, and it stiffens it so that you don't have wasted movement. It's not like moving a rubber tool and then the pin moves. It's like more immediate interaction with the tuning pin. These type of hammers, you're going to pay between $300 and $400 by the time you get your accessories and things. But they've been copied by Chinese manufacturers on Amazon, and the copies are actually quite good. I purchased one to use in the shop, and I like it so far. The tip, though, I use a tip. It's called a BKB, but I don't know if this tip is available in the U.S. currently. because the supplier that was selling them doesn't have them, and actually sold his business to someone else, and they carry something similar, but it's not the same brand. I think this was German made tip, and really really high quality. But really, you can get a Watanabe tip. I've used those a lot. If you're doing a lot of tuning, they won't last as long. And I'm talking a lot, for a living, every day, day in, day out, year after year. You'll need to replace the tip from time to time. They can break, they can get loose over time. But I like a number 3 tip because it seats down onto the pin deeper, easier. Okay, some tips it's not quite seated down. You have to fuss with the hammer and let it till it drops down. So, but whether you get a Fujian tuning lever like this. I mean, there's lots of tuning levers, but I do think having used different things that lighter and more stiff is the way to go. I don't like them too long because it takes too long to move around that radius. You have to reach farther if you sit and tune. So for my height and arm length, I don't like that. It's easier to move the pin, but this is easy enough. And so that's good that way. For this kind of hammer, it's threaded for a yawn tip. Okay. And I think that's a German company, Yawn. But Steve Fujian sells these adapters where then it'll be threaded for the Watanabe and for this one. Um, so so there's options, to. Sorry, I was getting distracted by the phone. There's options to do different kinds of tips. But again, Watanabe is the most readily available, reasonably priced tip that I'm really familiar with that I'll get from my supply houses. But really, it's more about the size. You just want it to fit nicely, but to drop down on the tuning hammer really well. I'm gonna get a close-in image, kind of talk through this a little more in depth here. So if I go like this, let me see. Let's see. Here's a pin. I'll put it on this pin. See how deep that drops there? It's almost to the coil. Of course, you don't want it hitting the string, but it's just right above the coil, right above the string coil, right? A lot of the tips you'll get when you just order ham, they'll go about right here, and then you're gonna kind of mar your pins. You'll damage the pin when you tune it, and it won't seat all the way sometimes in between. So that's what I look for, because you get a better rendering of that pin. The Amazon Chinese copies of this are only probably around $70 or $90 when I bought mine, I think. But there's different angles, okay? The angle of the head. This head has an angle. I think it's 10 degrees. 15 would be even pitched even higher, right? Like this. I wouldn't go less than 10 degrees for clearance on pianos unless you had a much longer tip, which I don't like tuning with a longer tip in general. I don't know. I may change my opinion on that, but I'm used to this shorter length, okay? So anyway, that's a discussion on that. Let me just see if I answered them all there. Are the tips interchangeable? Yeah, so there, I think I answered that question. Some hammers will not have an interchangeable tip, so you want to get a hammer that does. And then you need a wrench to get it in and out. And then you might need an adapter for the threading depending on what kind of tip you get. I'm going to have some specific recommendations that I eventually come up with, like with an Amazon affiliate link kind of a thing. But I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So hopefully we can do that. All right, I'm going to take 5, and then I will be back. I'm going to keep the stream live, but I'll be right back to it. Okay, we're back, and we're going to do a fine tuning on this and then start needling it. And I'm going to put a strip mute in for this. Be a little faster to check the temperament and just kind of blow through this middle section. And the tuning will get knocked out when I calibrate the player, so I just kind of expect that to some degree. So I'm going to tune the temperament on this piano with the machine and then check it by ear. And I'm just going to start a new file here, new tuning for that. Just default settings, set it to fine tune. Another technique thing. Think of, and let's see, we'll go ahead and bring the camera closer to all this, to the action here. Think of the, sneeze. Think of the tension between this point and the tuning pin. Think of that as kind of one tension, okay? And then the tension between this and the length, where the speaking length, think of that as another segment, okay? So like two segments, okay? And sometimes when a pitch is, let's say it was flat, okay? Think of this point where these two meet as just moving a little bit, and you're just moving that. So really all we're doing is equalizing, and I don't know if equalizing is the right word, but we're changing the relative tension between these two segments without turning the pin, like you know, where it actually turns and stays in a new position in the wood. We're just kind of moving it across this point here where it'll stay, where it's stable, okay? But if you feel like when I play the note and I test it here a little bit this way, it's a little sharp, I test it to the flat side, it goes right to pitch. Right now it has a little more potential to go sharp of pitch than flat, okay? So I might want to equal that out and just, I massaged a little bit down without turning the pin. Now when I go up, it wants to go there, and when I go down, it wants to go there, which is more equal over that center point, if that makes sense. So it's like balancing a ball on a peak, okay? And you're balancing the tension between these two segments. Think of it that way, rather than turning the pin. And if you have to turn the pin, if you can't balance it, then okay, you're gonna have to bump the pin one way or another. So there, it kept wanting to go flat, so I had to turn the pin a tiny bit to kind of be able to balance it. But it still wants to go a little flat more than it wants to go sharp, I can feel. So I'm gonna just click the pin a little bit more. You heard the string go dink. That was the pin actually turning. Now it's at rest, just about, and it wants to just kind of stay there. I can go a little bit more to the sharp side, right? But that was more just balancing the tension. Okay, that's close enough, you know. So you want to make that judgment call. Do I need to turn the pin in order to balance it here? And again, you don't have to pull hard to get it to go up. Just keep pulling the same and maybe use your weight differently. Or just wait until it goes up. So your pointer could be really close to 0, but you could really be really far away from where you need to be in order for it to be stable. If that makes any sense. Like the pointer might be there, but if it has a potential to go way flat with just a little bit of pressure, you need to turn the pin quite a bit like I did on that one before it'll actually stay here. Same with that one. If you have a jumpy pin, you have to kind of focus and pull a little bit more gently to just go a tiny bit up or a tiny bit down. This one's just kind of squirrely. And as soon as I start talking about technique, it becomes like not very fluid and it gets worse for me. So you want to get to the point where you just know the basics and then you just tune a bunch. So it's just kind of intuitive. Okay, we'll just check the temperament now. Like that. Just bump things around a little bit here and there. Need a mute there. We'll tune down the tenor here. Right string first. Right now the voicing makes this octave sound really ugly. Because this note is bright. So the higher harmonics are louder. So you hear them against this. So it draws attention to the fact that that tuning is a compromise. But once we voice that D down, then that octave will sound a lot better. I'll show you. That was a tone thing, not a pitch thing. Okay, now I'm going to tune the unisons on that temperament strip. So if you're just getting into tuning, the strip, right, goes in between the notes, so it mutes the outside strings of these groupings of three. So we're just dealing with this middle string when we initially tune and set our temperament and tune out there. And then you just pull out one side, and then you just need to tune those outside strings to the middle string of their note. just sound crystal clear. That's our question alarm here. Let's see if we have any questions on the chat. Let's see here. Nope, no new questions. We'll carry on with the tuning then. I'll answer questions on the half hour and the hour. Go ahead and set an alarm so I don't forget when we get to that. It also kind of helps me realize, whoa, I've been working on this piano for, however long. All right, there we go. If you tune for money, your earnings in the long scope of things will be directly tied to how well you tune unisons. And I mean that. I think all the other skills can be learned fine. But as far as a tuner, if you're looking at just tuning, you can't get past, if your unisons aren't very good, you want to get them better, because people will start to smell that out after a while. Okay, now I'm where I need to start tuning the octaves again to pass the A. I'm at A sharp again. So on that note, on the next to the strut, plate strut, I'll stick a mute in, tune the right string, then pull it out, tune the middle string to the right. Then all I have left is the left string when I pull the strip mute out. So when you see a tuner like this fussing over and over, it's not like, oh, was that in tune or was it not? It's trying to balance it where it's in tune. So the first step is to get the pin rotation right, then balance the tension where it's going to stay. Tune that one up a little bit. Went a little far with it. Then the unison's moved. I'll hear it as I check on the way up. New piano, newly strung, they can be swirly. You're actually kind of setting things for the future. And as long as you maintain that tuning, frequently enough, it's going to be, it'll become more and more stable. It'll become more and more, it'll be easier to set it in tune. The newly stretched wire seems more elastic than aged wire. So at first it's like you're tuning a rubber, excuse me, it's like you're tuning a rubber band. And then later down the road, years and years, it sounds just more like it's like a wire,
Excuse me. Get you on top of the action here. What's the time we're at? 9:23. Up here, it's a lot more just balancing the friction, balancing the tension, rather than turning pins. Because like I said, a much, much smaller change in force equals a bigger change in pitch up here. It's not that the pitch is that much harder to hear up here, it's just we're not used to hearing those pitches sometimes. And the pitch changes so much faster that sometimes we jump past where we were. Our brain can't track where we were, where we are now. And so it kind of gives up, like, oh, I don't know what it is. It's just, I can't tell if it's in tune. But when you master being able to just move it by very, very small degrees, you can track the pitch better and you realize, oh, it's just the same as tuning down in a lower pitch. Okay, we're going to tune the bass real quick. And 9:30. Half hour. I'll look at the chat, see if anyone has any questions or comments. Just see if I just get down to the bottom here. There's anything to respond to here on the chat. Okay, Jeffrey Boyle says hello, hi. So other than that, we're good. So I'm gonna start voicing on here now. Let's see if I can get you on top of the strings so you can kind of see where I'm hitting and all that. And maybe the left side would be better here. So I've already voiced the whatchamacallit, the position when the action's in when it's shifted over, right? The unicorda position. So now all that's really left to make it sound really good is just a little bit of needling through the strings in the regular position where there's hard spots from the hardener. So a good place to start is just find a note that sounds nasty. Middle C. Play it a check, tuck that down. Now we're just going to hit each string groove pretty deeply with this needle. There. Now on the loud dynamics, it sounds good to me here. Then as I play louder, do you hear that metallic sound come in? It's mostly on the right string, but I don't want to mess up my string mating, so I'm going to go a little bit towards me and find a hard spot and hit it again.
Table, are you still using it?
No, we're fine.
Sorry about that. You haven't had a chance to even have your breakfast yet.
Oh, I had most of it.
So, can you give a detailed list of just your table? Sorry, it's just
That's fine. Yeah, we're done. I mean, I can go without it. I can work without it. Good. So that's better to me. When I crescendo, I don't hear one harmonic that's really loud. Like a stinging metallic sound. So now I'm going to go through and just keep getting the ones that are hard here. And again, this is a player piano. Its biggest challenge is going to be quiet enough in the setting that people are going to use it. And so I'm going to voice it with that in mind. So I'm even though I went kind of way bright with the voicing before with the hardener, I'm not, it's not like I'm going right back where it came from. I have now a more solid body so that it'll sound better. It'll be easier to be musical with it as you crescendo, but it'll also be mellow in the softer dynamics, which will help it serve its purpose as kind of a party trick. Just have background music, you know. So I'm just kind of like going shallow, probing along the black lines. And just kind of poking, lightly breaking up a crust. And then I'll do one deep poke like in the middle or where I feel a hard spot along that line. I'll try and stick to the middle for this part. Now, because the piano's more subdued, the tuning actually sounds better when there's not these, partials sticking out really loud. So I'm going to voice it, take out all the metallicness of it. It's still plenty strong. It's just not, it's bright. So the result is that I'm going for is it'll be a really pretty sound that doesn't feel like it takes energy out of you to play it. Real pleasing, just balanced sound. I think a lot of people are afraid of hardener because they don't know how to finesse the sound after that to make it sound good. They hear these stray metallic sounds and they think, oh no, like that. They think, oh no, the piano's ruined. And really all you just need to do is just with some judicious needling, you can fix that, okay? So, give you an idea. We'll kind of do this middle section. The middle section is more forgiving. It's going to get brighter faster, right? Because it's played more often. That's the first note that's not wound strings with copper. It's going to sound the grossest on the whole piano, especially on a short piano. So you really do need to kind of soften that felt so that those higher harmonics aren't at the forefront. They're still there, but they're subdued. So you're hearing more of the fundamental, the lower harmonics in the fundamental of that note. So it sounds better. look, so here's some pianos, this is what it would sound like when you push the soft pedal. On this one, it sounds like that in the regular position. Now watch though, I'm gonna do the regular position and then I'm gonna shift it over. Softer yet. Then it comes out. And this is it's gonna result in some really beautiful sounds from the player. The player piano, I should say. And yet it won't be objectionable to play as a pianist. You'll still think, wow, this is a good piano. It's mellow, but I like it. Before it was mellow and uneven, and it was like mellow and like a suck the energy out of you kind of way. Might as well just carry on down the bass section. Down here, I'm plunging the needle all the way in. Because there's a lot more felt. It takes more to make a change, and I might do 2 or 3 pokes instead of 1. And because I have hardener in there already, I'm not worried I'm going to kill the note. Like, the power's there, the color's there. It's just more controlled now. It's like we built it up and now we're tearing it back down a bit. But the result is a more consistent, beautiful sound. Piano ate my needle. Oh, here it is. So, kind of doing the same thing here in the bass. See if I can get you in there where you can see a little better. Oh, I think my alarm went off and I didn't look at questions, or am I just imagining that? No more questions anyway, so we're good. You continue voicing. Blending this in so that it gets more exciting towards the bottom. But But I don't want notes popping out. It kind of kills the energy of the scale. So. So now you can hear it starting to get really even, the parts we've done. Here's where we left off. So here's where the piano was. Now we're here. So, quite imbalanced, right? But not for long. So on the scale, on the spectrum of mellow and bright pianos, big and small pianos, here's the scale. Here's let's do bright and big over here, and mellow and more subdued sound over here. We're putting this piano as far in the acceptable range this way as I can. Okay, and I'm doing it on purpose because I know it'll sound best with the player. And you'll get to see that once we fire up the player and get it going. You know, we could have built it all up more and just evened it out a little bit. Then it would be further this way, but it would still be even and beautiful. Basically giving the same treatment to each note, that's, you know, but checking to make sure that it's indeed brighter and can handle it. You know, if there was one that was not quite as bright and it was closer to the others already, I would just not go in as deep maybe. And I'm not doing a ton of deep pokes, I'm doing a bunch of really, really shallow pokes. Just scratching the surface and then doing one deeper poke. And as we go into this treble section where the melody is, I'm gonna go about half as much. Well, maybe you know, just depends. Maybe I will go in deep. Because I need this to speak out over the middle. Sorry, where's the camera pointing so you can see what I'm talking about? Okay, there we go. Sorry, that's a better view right there. And again, I'll answer questions on the half hour and the hour here. So, listen how that one sounds. Sticks out like a sore thumb, right? Just so tinny sounding, right? If you're attempting any voicing like this, you know, don't try and get rid of all those noises. They're still going to be there. It's just the amplitude of them is going to be turned down so much. You know, it's like equalizing, okay? It's not, you know, you're not going to, you're not usually going to cancel something totally out. You're just going to turn down what you don't want to hear and turn up what you do want to hear. That's what the needle's kind of accomplishing for us by making the felt softer at the contact point. And by having enough hardness elsewhere in the hammer and rigidity down deep and in the sides. So these up here are a little bit brighter by nature than down below, but they still sound balanced. Right, they still sound similar in sound. Versus, so here's imbalanced, balanced. Now we'll get rid of that metallic sound and balance it. And it's not rocket science, like there's nothing really fancy I'm doing with the actual poke of the needle that makes it so good. It just works out that way. All you gotta do is poke it. You know, and yeah, I'm sure there's a way you can overdo it, but you'll learn quickly. And as I get higher up, I'm almost gonna not be doing anything in these. I'm already going a lot shallower with my pokes here. You know, a third to half the needle, whereas I was going in all the way down there in the tenor, in the middle. And the hammer will kind of tell you that too. These hammers have to be harder to balance with the lower parts. So it'll be harder to poke the needle down further anyway, because the hammer's so dense. But it's a nice rounded sound. That one sounds pretty good, but it just sounds a little out of balance still to me. So try and poke it again here. Just a little bright, a little tinny. This one's a little strong. You know, they all kind of have different characters, so look if it's strong. If it was just tinny but not as strong in power, I might go really shallow on it. And the fact that I marked where the string hits with carbon paper makes it really easy. You just see the line down there, and you probe and poke. Part of the probing is to kind of feel where the hardest spot, but also to break up that crust on the top, okay? All right, let's see here. And you do have to experiment to get a handle on this, I think, on your sewing. Like, this is really balanced. This is a little off balance. The upper member is a little strong. So the octave sound isn't quite as pleasing. It doesn't sound quite as in tune. That's better. But this is still a little much on the top, so I'm going to find another. I like that better. This one's just got a little bit much attack on it, so I'm just gonna. But again, it's like the symptoms are different, but the remedy's the same. There's not a lot of differences in the way I'll poke a hammer, other than if I notice, oh, it didn't respond as much, I need to do it again. Or go deeper. Some pianos, as the piano wears in, this is when the hammers are freshly shaped, everything that we did, mated. As the piano wears in, if that kind of gets out of whack, then you have to hunt a little more and say, okay, I need to go. The hammers have gotten, for instance, the hammers will usually get, here's the hammer right here in the same perspective. Here's the strike point, right? And then it comes down the shoulders. let's say cutter, right? And here's the grooves. It'll get really hard on this front side, the side closest to the pianist, right on that ridge at the end of the string grooves. So at that point, when I'm voicing with the needle, a lot of times it's already soft here. I'm going here and I'm working on that part that's gotten harder. That's what needs to be addressed. But when you've just shaped hammers and mated them, you're really just poking right in the middle of that little dot. And it makes a really good sound. You want it to sound unified, you know, as an instrument in quality. And sometimes just a little bit of needling up here to achieve that for you. These up top are just a little stronger than down there, so I'm going to even it. There, I like that. Hear the difference? This one, the upper members, is a little too intense. All right. Okay, we are coming down home stretch with this piano here. That one's kind of weak. I don't think, maybe I'll just touch it just a little bit, but only to, I don't. So you just get really sensitive to, oh, is the higher note stronger, the lower note stronger? And then when you go through and smooth all that out, the tuning sounds way better too. It's not like you're changing the tuning, right? It just sounds better. So I can still be bright. I can still be bright and nasty. But I can also be that's in a quarter position. This wasn't, remember, I'm going to go through and get rid of any pinginess, any metallic. That one's a little metallic versus this one. So I'm going to poke that right one. That's with the left pedal down, or yeah, down. But this piano sounded really smooth, even after just one pass of the needle. Often you have to do multiple passes depending on the extent of your hardening, you know, and what it did. Now, if I had done lacquer deep in this again, I just don't think I would have been able to subdue it enough. It would have just kind of been a lion still, you know, at heart. And even though I made it mellow in the quieter dynamics, it would just come up really a lot. This one kind of stays home, you know. But the melody here still speaks out fine. And then as you play it in, some notes will poke out again like this, and you just hit them again. of just the nature of it, right? So I'm just purposely playing it in a little bit, keeping a watch over my voicing that I just did and seeing if anything pokes out at me. So now at this point we're close. So you can be bright and happy. Or melody. Check it at all the different dynamic levels here, and if the loud dynamics are too harsh, come this way on the groove and needle towards that side. That one just kind of smashes kind of loud there, so I'm gonna on this one. Coming towards me till I feel a hard ridge and then plunging. These two, I'm going to give the same treatment. I'm not trying to kill the piano, but I know it's going to come up a lot because it's going to be played a lot. And it's going to be played with loud music. This one just kind of has a poppy attack a little more than down there, so I'm just gonna just kind of lightly feel for hard spots. If you really want to take the pop out of an attack for some reason, you'll needle the other side. Go the other side of the groove just a little bit, but be careful not to overdo it there, you know. This G has kind of a different sound to it, right? Mostly from here, the front duplex. I could put a felt there and mute it off, but I don't want to. I don't think it's so much that it needs to be, but I don't want to needle this more and make the note weaker because it's balanced. Again, it's just this, that jangle, but I'm going to leave it. And maybe just check that backside. Just take a little bit of hardness off the top, just a little bit of shallow stuff. There. Harsher in the louder dynamics. Same with that. No, it's not a D. Yeah, it's real beautiful. Beautiful. It's fun to play. What time are we at? Do we need to check for questions? Let's check for questions here real quick. Any comments? Watching answered the questions on the needling. Great, Jeffrey. Thanks for letting me know on that. Yeah, so I mean, listen, it's pretty even, right? But you can still hear everything that you need to hear. And you know, you can get angry with it if you want. Just with a little more arm weight, it comes out. Down a little bit. You'll find that there are certain notes in the scale that quite commonly are the ones that you're hitting all the time from piano to piano. And part of that has to do with, I think, the design of the scale, but also just the repertoire, music repertoire, how it works. Some notes seem to just be hit more than others. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. So, again, it can be big, right? Right, so. Okay, next steps. Next steps here. The regulations there, we finished that. I'm not feeling anything that I want to change on that as I play. So now I noticed that the dampers ring quite a bit. Not all of them, but like that. Like that. Let's see if I pluck these notes. The right string sings on that one. I should probably show you the piano, not me. So I'm. Okay, so there's. So we have some things bleeding through, but what I want to check first is I want to be sure that it's not an issue with where the player, with the pedals or anything like that. I want to make sure the dampers are free to drop down on the strings the way they should be. I already, the pedals just like maybe, and I've done this in the past by pushing down. You can see really obviously if the pedal is if it's about to be raised, okay, and I push down on the string, the dampers won't follow my pushing, right? They'll just stay up straight and they don't move, and then the string moves. So here they're moving fine. So it might just be that I have to do a lot of damper work on this piano for whatever reason. That may be the case. So, but I can do that. My point here is that I can do that. Let me zoom out. And I know this is the part that I hate. Hopefully you all hate that too. Okay. So I can do the damper work with the action out, right? So I can go ahead and put the sensor rails on the action, and we could even calibrate it if we wanted, but we'll wait on that. But I can work on the dampers even though those sensor rails are back on, and that's not a problem. And there's one other adjustment I'm going to do that's unique to the Spirio that I'll show you after we put those on, okay? Or actually, let's do it now, because without the rails on, I'll have more light that goes into the piano. So I'm going to show you something. I'm going to pull the action out. I don't have my table here. They stole my table today. So I'm going to just set the action on this bench so we can look at something. But I'm really pleased the way this piano's coming out. I just think it's just a nice, beautiful piano. It'll just kind of shine for someone. Okay, let's just take out the cheek block screws here. Remove the cheek blocks. And okay, so I'm going to set this out here. You can see all our carbon marks, right? On the hammers where we voiced. where we wanted to voice. Actually, you can't see them very well. See, there's the carbon marks on the hammers, right? There's a faint mark where the unicorda position is, and there's a darker mark otherwise, right? That's kind of how that looks. Same thing there, and I was needling, you know, on the top there. Okay, but now I want to show you something down here. I've got to collapse the tripod shorter. This is a rail that I'm going to show you that's unique to Spirios, okay? And what we have here, just need to go a little shorter on this guy here. Make a baby tripod out of a mommy one. Okay. And I know we're too low now, but don't worry. Just bear with me here. Okay, we're going to get in the right spot. All right. I'm going to show you something from the side that I'm going to be adjusting through the capstan screws, okay? Do you see where's my finger? This screw right here, that's actually a washer and a screw, okay? And that's holding a rail. Do you see there's a red felt and then a wood piece, and you can see it more over here too. Back behind, I'm looking behind, not this gold thing, not this brass thing, not this screw, not this part, right here. There's a rail and then red felt below it. Okay, I'll show it to you from the side. It'll be much clearer. Perhaps, maybe. Let's see, where are we there? Where's the rail? Let's try the base side. Or down from the top. Let's try this one. Okay, I'm looking at the top. Okay, not this metal thing, but down below there's a wood piece, okay? And then another one. And they go, it's a rail that runs, let me zoom out a bit. It's a rail that runs over each section, and it stops the back of the keys from raising up too high. I can see that rail through here in the light, and then here much more clearly. Right there, okay? And that is a rail, okay? And there's two screws that mount it. You know, if we had all the whippings removed, you'd be able to see that rail clear as day. Right back there. Now its function is because the player system, I'll show you here. Let me pop the camera off the thing. Because the player plays the keys by pushing up from the back, and it can play with quite a lot of force, more probably than you and I, consistently note to note. And so when the key comes up, we need a limiter, right? And if we look right down here, there's that rail. There we go. It limits it right there from going too high. Okay. But and then there's screws and slots, so you can move it up and down. And it goes through the whole thing there. Let's see if I can even get back there. But anyway, there we go. That's kind of the idea. But you get it. You get the idea. So we push the key down, but we don't want the rail so low that it messes up our aftertouch. But we want it right there ready to stop the key from going too high, which would do damage to the balance rail hole pin situation. So I'm going to go through the front, and because we changed the dip on this piano, we have to address this rail. And the piano will play better. Bottom line. Okay, so I'm going to go in here. I'm going to focus in on that back where I'm getting in on that rail a little bit. Just forgive me for one moment. I'm just trying to get you a real good view of this. All right, I can see the rail behind the capstans a little bit. Now let me get my screwdriver and my light. Oh, I need to plug my battery in. Good thing we noticed that here. Otherwise the stream would have just cut on us. We don't want that. Okay. plug in the battery. Okay. All right, let me get in there. So, let's see if I can fit in front of the camera in between you and the action here. So I'm gonna just check, I'm gonna push some sharps down, just kind of lightly, and then I'm gonna pull up on the capstan here with my screwdriver and see that it doesn't move. Okay, it doesn't move. That rail's actually in position. I'm gonna try this next section. These are allowed to move a little bit. They're moving up beyond where I pushed them, at least on the one side. This side's not so bad. So I lift up and it moves a little bit. The back of the key moves up a little bit. So this one I'm going to adjust. I have to go through the whip-ins very carefully, loosen the screw, and there's 2 screws. So now I'm going to hit the other screw back here and loosen it, and that's going to make that rail drop, okay, for the most part. Now I'm just going to push the sharps very gently. I'm not holding them down really tight. Okay. Sorry for that. All right, so I'm going to push a handful of sharps down gently in this section, then reach back and tighten the screw where it is and make sure that it doesn't go up any higher. And it has to be quite secure because there's a lot of force that could potentially be pushing up on this rail. Okay, so I got it. So now, let me see, I'm trying to look and see what capstans you're looking at. Okay, so you're looking at these capstans over here. Okay, so if I push one down and then I put my screwdriver here and lift up, I can't lift it up anymore. But it's not limiting my aftertouch at all. Okay, it's just right at that point. So that's that rail, and I don't even know what to call it. But I'm going to go ahead and check it across the piano, the other sections. Okay, and just scoot you back so you can kind of see. But I'm not gonna loosen the screws and go through all the hassle of adjusting it if it's already correct, right? This one is floating a little bit. Okay. I loosen my screws very carefully. And I can knock that rail down and okay, I'm just going to lift this up right where it needs to go and tighten this screw without breaking a whipping. That is the challenge. Okay, good. And I'll tighten the other side. And again, I'm not holding the keys down very hard at all because I want the rail to be right there to meet the key at its lift point on the back. The middle's already good. There's 2 rails in the middle. They break that up on this piano, and we already confirmed that they were good. This one's way high, right here. Let's see if I can get you in there. I mean, if I'm going to show you, I might as well show you, right? For real, right? Okay. So here's this capstan. I'm going to push this sharp down. Right, stick my screwdriver here and lift. See, the back's going up quite high. So now I'm going to adjust that rail and see where we end up. All right. And I'll show you the result. Just to kind of hit home the thing I'm showing you. Drive home. I use all kinds of weird. Okay, very lightly. Black keys are down. Past the shelf all the way to the bottom. Then tighten very carefully. Once one is tight, I can kind of let go and just and then hit the sharps again. All right, there we go. That's tight enough. Now let's see how we did on that one note. So this is the same note.
it goes through the shelf just fine. Here's the shelf, and then past it, and then lift. Oh, look, it ended up high again. Something about this rail maybe is grabbing a little bit on the adjustment. So let me see what the deal is with that. Get you out of the way here. I'll just loosen this screw again. I'm going to push the rail down and then reset it lightly with the sharps. And then I'm going to check it before I show you. Let's see. So I'm not embarrassed again. I said, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Okay. So now we got it here. All right, I depressed the key. Here's the shelf. Go further. Look at the capstan here where the end of my screwdriver is. I'm going to lift up. There, now it hardly moves, okay? It's against the felt. If I do it on another one here, same thing, okay? That's what I'm doing. Now I'm going to zoom you out and do that adjustment on the very last section here. Then we'll put the sensor rails back on. Got it. Got it. Get it. Okay, so that's that. Let's put these sensor rails on, eh? And I'm gonna keep you shorter on the floor for a bit, plugged in because, because I'm plugged into the power cord right now with the phone, so it doesn't die on us. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab those sensor rails. And these are pretty robust things. Yeah, they're not too awful to deal with at all. And let's see, there was the piece of spacer that I needed. Oh, this one, there he is. Need to tack that down with a little glue. They used to use it metallic like tape, and I didn't have any problems with this, but this white stuff is not sticking so well onto their metal rail, so they might need a different glue for that. Just a tiny bit of stick there, and I'm going to place that. Okay. There we are. Now, I have to take the screws off. They're color coded in this case now. The silver ones need to come out to secure the rail in place. So I'll remove the screws on those hammers. And we'll put the rail into position here. Just flip him over. And we're going to put him right down on where he goes. And just put these screws back. Not too shabby. Let's see, are you able to get a good view of this, I hope? And I'm just going to tighten this down, and as I do,
And first of all, I want the hammer to be in the right position so I can kind of move them as I need, but that one stayed just fine. It went where it needed to go. So we'll check this hammer as I tighten. It needs to be centered in between those other two. Good. And then the last. It's not too hard to align. I was worried when I first learned how these were attached. Well, how are we going to align those? Look how it changed the blow distance a little bit, okay? I think it just is putting a little bit of pressure on the flange, the front of the flange. And so that now is just registering a little higher. Not to be alarmed, we just take our capstan screw and run it down where we want it to be. So whenever I locate my capstan screw, I'm going to do that. Oh, it's 10:30. We'll check for questions here. I'm just going to lower this hammer. And the same with this other one in the middle. Because I need my hammer line to be really smooth for my next step, my next move here. Or my next couple moves. But I'm going to, so I'll just lower those hammers where they need to be. And I think we're all happy about that. Okay. I'm just going to touch up this hammer line a little bit. So it's kind of straight across. Okay, there we go. Little bump here. This is important for the Spirio because we're going to use the hammers to set our solenoid height, the height of the plungers in the back that push up the keys. And we want to set them really well. Okay. Now we'll remove, oh, I was going to check the chat here, see if there's anything new on it. Okay. Kyle Thompson says, how much time do you usually spend prepping a typical new piano? If I'm doing a good job, I'm prepping, higher end pianos usually. So if I do a good job, anywhere from probably 5 to 12 hours. This seems like it's dragged out, really long because I've had to step away and back and step away. But this one will probably be about 10 hours, I think, once I'm done. Plus, I'm talking through everything I do, so that's for sure adding time to this process. Hey. So I'll take out all the silver screws. And just try to keep the hammers there at home, not disturb them. Alright, I'll just set that guy up there. There he goes. Take the rail and flip it. Set it right down on these. Okay, we'll start to pop the screws in. It'll start to locate it here. I'm not right in your way there. Alright, not too bad. Okay, now I'm going to start to tighten this down. And space the hammers as I'm doing it.
This hammer didn't want to go where he was supposed to, but I think I got him. There we go. Some of these, you have to kind of space two hammers with the tightness of one screw. So you kind of move around. And by the time I tighten one of these screws, it cinches both these hammers down. So that's just the only tricky thing here. We got it. Just kind of loosen, tighten until the hammer's where it's supposed to be. Okay, we'll just snug everything. Should already be snug, but just double check it there. That was a little looser. Okay, now the rail's on. I'm going to take my capstan screw, same thing, and lower any hammers on the ends. It's usually just right where the screws are, where they rise, is what I've noticed. So, that must be where the rail actually makes contact there, because the screw clamps it down at that point. And I will smooth out my hammer line if I see any issues there. These are all right. Let's see here. Smooth that out. I'm going to bring that down a little more. Okay, last one. Okay, I think we got that. I can check the spacing on that, but so the rail's on. Oh, I was totally out of view of you. Sorry about that. The rail's on. I disconnected this thing. I just need to make sure to connect that again before we fire it up. Fire up the piano, that is. So, but before I do that, I'm going to take a look at the dampers, right? Because that was what we said we were going to do. Let me get the action out of the way. We'll work on dampers. Okay then. So we're going to get in here to the dampers and try and see what's up with them. First thing I'm going to check though is that the tray is low enough that it's not lifting any. And it's not. The tray is, we set that before. It's a good 2 or 3 millimeters lower for sure. So okie doke. So that's all fine. So I think I'm free to assume at this point that if the dampers are leaking, that we need to work on the felts or the alignment of the damper heads. It's not a pedal adjustment problem. We want to rule that out first because that'll solve all your problems basically if that's the issue. So I'm going to be squeezing some felt, maybe moving some heads around a little bit. And because I'm unscrewing things, I'm going to have to be retwisting things. So I'll get that out. And maybe a razor blade. Maybe so. And some scissors for trimming. So get out my razor blade.
Now I kind of remember when I looked through the piano, there were some areas, and I apologize. I'm still tethered to my charger, so I'm going to keep you down here. But some of these, I'm going to go with the back of my fingernail against the strings. Okay, so I've never seen this on a Steinway piano yet. I've never, that I remember. But it seems like the left strings are all singing a little bit, and the rights are stopped better on those areas that have the notes that have two strings. So what happens sometimes is the rail, the guide rail under here, that the wires go through can shift a little bit after production, and cause that. So I'm going to see if that's what's going on. So I'm going to loosen the screws on that rail and attempt to just kind of shove it over to the left a little bit and then retighten and see if that solves our problem in the bass. I can reach through here, there's a couple mounting screws. And in order to do this effectively, I have to loosen the screws quite a bit. And I'm kind of seeing, I think the rail's already shoved over as left as it can be, I think, which is probably why we're having this problem, is that they regulated it when it was just on the cusp of, not being where it needs to be. Well, no, I think I can maybe get some shove. So I loosened those screws quite a bit. There's two of them. I'm going to reach under here and I'm just going to kind of force the guide rail to my left as I retighten very carefully. I retighten these screws. And again, this screw's really leaning, so it may be that we don't gain anything from this. We'll find out soon enough. I really have to exert a lot of force to hold it there while I'm tightening. It's kind of a little bit of a challenge there. I don't want to strip the tops of the screws out, so I'm being careful there. Okay, I'm going to tighten this back down. Make sure this one's down all the way. All right, let's see if it's any different. Not any different. We didn't gain anything from that. Because I think the screw on the right's impeding it from being able to move over at all. So what I want to do now is just check how they lift, how things lift. And the backs are lifting quite a bit before the fronts. So I want to check that and address that first. It's not on all of them, it's just on some. Again, I apologize, you're tethered to the charge cord right now, so I can't get you up in the action here. But I'm just tilting these damper belts differently, damper heads, as needed, so that the back doesn't lift quite so early compared to the front. So we've got two felts under this, so both felts are kind of pushing, resting more firmly on the strings. Sometimes just changing the tilt like this can clean up the damping. Okay, now I want to look at some of these that were the left string singing, the right one's not. I want to see how it lifts off the string there. It's got a little bit of a twist to it. I'm first of all going to fix the twist with my pliers. Reach in here. Yeah, that's all it took. But the left side's still singing more. And when I lift the damper up, it doesn't look like it's jumping to the right, but it must be just a little bit. I'm just going to take my wire bending pliers and bend the bottom bend just a little bit to the left. I'm not liking that still. Okay, I'm actually going to space the head over. It's a little more clean, but it's still not. So I'm going to space the head over a little bit to the left. Even though it doesn't look like it's off that way, I'm going to do it till it damps correctly. Here. Okay, now I went too far. Because now the right string singing there. There, the left one's not singing as loud. Well, you might say they're singing the same amount, okay? I'm gonna change my tilt. The back's lifting a little bit sooner. Okay, I like that. It's interesting. It doesn't look like it should be right, but it's damping better. Right now, the note below it, I'm using the bottom bend. So I'm making an assumption here. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, so this is weird because normally when dampers align well on the strings and lift straight up and they're not jumping off to the left or right, normally that's the position where they will damp the best. But in this case, it was lifting straight off the strings, but the left strings were singing. And just a little bit of spacing it over wasn't enough. Had to be a little bit more than a little bit, it seems like, to get it right. So anyway, yeah, it's and I'll try one other here. But I think, no matter how I move this damper over to the left so that it damps that left string better, either way, it's going to show that it's not directly centered over the string, but it's going to damp better. Went a little far with that one. Okay, I'm just gonna space all these over to the left a bit. That seems to be doing the trick. Trying not to go too far with it here, otherwise we have a problem on the other side. You know what I might have to do is trim the felt a little bit. I'm gonna pull, I know I'm just kind of rambling on here, but just trying to solve the problem here. I think, let's see what I think we could probably unplug our phone for a bit here. Let me get you up higher so you can kind of see what I'm looking at. Okay. Raise this thing up. Okay, there we go. So we'll get you down there where I'm looking here for now. Okay. I'm gonna try and experiment. I'm working. This area can be one of the most sensitive because the strings are closer together because they're fatter, right? So I'm gonna try just squeezing this wedge just a little more narrow and see if that solves our problems. That would be nice. And it just might. It just may. Put this in here. And gotta tighten the screw where it's gonna lift at the right time with the others. Okay, so right now, I don't hear a huge difference between that one and the others that I haven't done that to. So I'm not, I don't think that's totally the answer here. I'm looking at this damper in particular, just kind of experimenting what's it going to take. Okay, and right now the head is jumping off to the left, but the left is still singing. I'm going to try and just tilt it differently. See what happens if I tilt the head over to the right. I'm going to go kind of extreme with it just to experiment. That made the other side sing. And so I may be on the right track here by tilting the head differently. We'll see here. The left one's shorter now in ring than the right, and that's what I should be hearing based on how my spacing was going. So let's see here. Now I've got the head centered over the strings. But it lifts off. For whatever reason, it's making contact with the right string before the left. So I'm going to tilt that head even more. Doesn't look pretty right now. I'm just experimenting. That damps it though. Compared to this. So I have a choice. I can either space the head over farther than it's supposed to go, or I can tilt the head differently like this. I'm gonna try. It looks pretty. I think it'll look more pretty if I just space the head over. And let's see if that'll do it. So now it'll jump over to the left just a tiny bit compared to its neighbors, but it's damping better. So I think we're going to go with that. And same thing over here. This one needs to be tilted a little bit. Again, I don't normally have to do this to the Steinways, just this piano for whatever reason. Alright, listen to that again. Brings it over a little more. Get rid of the twist on this now. You gotta just kind of, your dampers can be, if you're chasing a problem, sometimes it can be really straightforward, other times it's like, you know, you fuss with it for a while, but you just gotta have the confidence, like, I'll get it. I think that's as good as we're gonna get on that one. I don't hear a lot of ring from the bass, so I bet most of what I was noticing earlier with the action in is gonna be issues with the tenor here. So let's go to the tenor section. And I'll back up a little bit. Actually, it's probably better to be closer. You can see what I'm doing. Okay, I should probably check the chat. Kyle Thompson, sorry, I didn't mean to imply you were taking a long time or anything. No, not at all. I didn't take it that way. It just surprises me that even high-end pianos can require so much work directly from the factory. Yeah, it's just, and I've said this to people, it's just the nature of pianos. You know, if you really want it spot on, you have to kind of set it up for that environment and set it up after it's been moved from the factory. Okay, so let's listen to that one. Rings a little bit on the right. Let's see if we can just see the head is a little bit tilted. We're going to tilt that head differently. This is the second one in. I don't know if the camera can see that because the plate strut's in the way. Let's see if I think if I tilt the, so I'm going to make it so that the back of the damper lifts a little bit before the front. Even more. Okay, too far, then we get a different harmonic, right? Okay. Just needs to be spaced over a little bit, looks like, to the left. Okay, see how that goes. There. Perfect. Now let's listen to these with 3 strings. The left string is singing, the right is not. It's lifting straight off the string fine. So the issue, now the tilt of the head is a little different. Let me tilt that head a little different first before we start fussing with the felts. Just gonna match its neighbors. See if we have the same disease. It's better. But it's still singing a little bit more than the right two. Since we're on it, we might as well do it. We're gonna squeeze for whatever reason, the strings, the middle string and the right string are closer together, or the felt is fatter. So we're gonna squeeze the right side just a little bit, and that'll seat the damper down deeper so that the left side will make better positive contact with the left string, and that will theoretically damp it better. Let's see if that's if it happens. Okay. Good. Okay, both the outsides are singing on this one, so we need to spread the wedge a little bit. We got to spread this wedge. I'm going to do it with a razor blade. I'm going to cut just a little deeper. Someone's already cut it. I need a piece of floss in there. Let me see if I carry it in my kit. I used to carry floss all the time. Let's see if I still have it in here. It's not looking promising. Okay, I'm gonna, let's see. Oh, that's too bad. Let's see if it works just from the cutting it. But usually I'll take a piece of dental floss and stick that down and trim it, and it'll spread the wedges even further. Okay, we'll retime this, retighten it. It's a little bit better, right? But the timing is a little sooner, so I gotta fix that. Okay. Good. Bad. Right, the right side's singing. We're gonna squeeze the left side. And this one I can see the felt wedge is fatter on the right side. So, or sorry, the left side. I have no idea where we are in answering questions today. Let's see. I'll check the clock here in a sec. I just looked at him, so I'll look at him again at 11:30 here. Good. The left one sings just a little bit. We'll pinch the right wedge just a little bit. Oops. Now, to answer the question that came a little bit. Like, I can't believe the higher end pianos need so much prep. You know, it's a common feeling among people, which is a problem, because then the temptation for the dealer is to present it as it doesn't need any work and it's just fine. And a lot of these subtleties that I work on, most people won't pick up on honestly right off. Does that mean they won't know the difference? No, I think if they were side by side, they would definitely know the difference. But, you know, so what's the answer? I mean, is it to not get the instrument as good as it can be and just have everyone settle for a lower quality? You know, and have them feel that, oh, this is perfect. It's an expensive piano. They didn't have to do anything to it. And so, you know, I mean, is that the answer? I don't think so. At least I don't like that answer. I'm kind of on a mission to do the opposite. And the right one's singing on this one, but it may just be the tilt of the damper here. No, it's not just the tilt of the damper on that one. We're gonna squeeze the left. A lot of dealers get away with the fact that most people don't know the difference. Especially if we just tell them it's right and tell them it's perfect and great, and they'll swallow it, you know. Drives me nuts, honestly. And the dealer doesn't complain because, okay, less cost for prep, sure. The manufacturer doesn't want anyone to think anything's wrong with the piano, right? So they'll continue to say, oh, you don't need to do all that. They should be fine. No. Once we get up here, it's not as big a deal. You don't hear as much if there's issues. But that one was kind of bad. Squeeze the left side on that one. So you tell me what you think. What's better, just for everyone to be ignorantly happy that the piano's maybe not prepped to its best self as an instrument, but it's okay? You know, or is the answer to do different things for different situations based on the needs? You know, only prep certain pianos to this level? I'm fortunate because of what I do, right? That the dealer here supports prepping the pianos, but they're kind of alone in that. Okay, I think it's going to be way better. Let's listen to it. Then we're coming down home stretch just about. There's one adjustment that's a little bit longer, that takes a little bit longer here that we got to do for the player. But other than that, you know, things are pretty good. Okay, so Kyle asks, when you ultimately end up moving this piano to the client, how much of this work do you typically need to readdress? Not much of it. See, that's the beauty. If I do this now, it makes maintaining the tone and touch so easy. And it's just a great piano from there on out. And then you just need basic maintenance. Just basic tuning, regular tuning, touch-up voicing, and lubrication. You know, calibration in this case because it's a player. But if you don't do this, it can mean that later down the road, if you do want to make it right or better, you have to do all this then, and it's a little, I think it's a little worse in the home than just doing it before. So. And, you know, my goal is to be able to prep the pianos for people who, for the most part, make their living on piano, and they're quite, I mean, pianists, really fine pianists, spend so many hours getting the perfect color, the perfect balance. So what is maybe overboard or overly thorough to some is, if you don't do that, the piano's unacceptable, you know, to that world-class performer. And I don't know, I can change my expectation for some, but when it's a really fine piano, I don't want to do that. If it's a Steinway, I want to make sure that it can do what it was built to do. So, all right, let's just listen to the dampers, and then we're going to start adjusting these solenoid heights so that they're just right under the key, ready to go. And okay, break my wrist in the process. Now, before I turn this piano on, which we're going to do, so we might as well calibrate it now. No, what am I saying? We can't calibrate it yet. But anyway, I'm going to connect this connector. Getting ahead of myself. All right. Let's just give it a listen here. Boy, I don't like the damping in the bass still at all. I'm not sure what I need to do to like it. Sorry about that, folks. Just had a customer come in to try pianos. So what I was saying is I don't like the damping here at all. I need to figure out. This is fine. Fine. Starts to go south from there. That one's okay. That one's good. Not good. So I've got to figure out why these are doing that, because they're aligned really quite well. That made that a little bit shorter, but it's still not good. And this is what I was hearing before. That was the reason why we dove into this. So it is, yeah, it is still in the bass. So I need to, it's not always apparent when you're plucking the strings how they're going to behave when you hit the key. So it's a little difficult that way, but I'm essentially going to work on this until it's damping way more clean with my hand, and then when we stick it in, we should be okay. And it's definitely not a pedal issue. You know, the strings are the dampers are following the strings. Nothing's pushing on them to cause that. It's just that they're not damping the strings for some reason. So we're going to investigate a little bit. Just need to make one note on a call that I just had. Forgive me for that. Okay. All right, let's see what the deal is here. So this one, I heard this when I was plucking it too. It is those left sides. So it may be that visually to me, the heads look like they're straight and the way they should be, but perhaps the way the felts are contacting the strings and the level of the strings relative to that needs to be tweaked differently. So, grab my tools again. To do really fine adjustment work, it doesn't help to get impatient. Usually then you just break something if you do that. So I usually just like sit down and say, oh well, I get the chance to make this really good and learn something maybe in the process. So first of all, address the tilt. And I can hear that left string. I'm going right and then left. The left is just ringing just a little bit, and that note was actually pretty good. That one wasn't as good, I remember when we listened to it. So let's see what happens if we just tweak things over a bit. Nothing happened there. Nothing good anyway. It's still not contacting that left string very well. So a minute ago when I was tilting the heads quite far to the right, that was working to engage that left string better. Let me listen to it now. Yeah, like that. Now that I went a little too far with it, but let's hear it now. Still a little bit too far. Let's see if I go here. What we got? There, that's. It's way more clean right there. Now I'm going to bring you in close so you can see what I'm seeing, okay? This is not typical, all right? So I'm kind of troubleshooting here in a way that we don't normally. Wow, I just changed the color on you. Sorry about that. I don't know what I did. Let's go back to normal. Okay. So this is the one that I changed. Look, all these to me, the heads looked like normal. They looked fine, but when I tweaked this one this way, now it works. So it could be that this is more true straight up and down relative to the string heights than the lean that they have. So I'm going to tilt them all further and then space the heads over more, just like I did that one, and I think that'll solve the problem. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to take you in close so you can kind of monitor the progress of this. Up close, you'll be able to see much better, okay? So here's the one. Where's my finger? There we go. So the first one I haven't changed. The second one in I changed. So we're going to essentially be matching all those others to match that second one. And it should damp better. So my first step is to tilt this head over until it makes better contact. Then I'm going to tweak it over wholesale here. I need to go a little farther with it. It's just the back one. There, that's clean. Wow. Who would have thought? And I'm over a little bit far now. Let's see. Who would have thought I would have had to do all that? Not typical. Once I do the first few and I have success, then it goes a lot faster from there, right? A little bit of a twist on that one. I think I'm just going to tweak most of them over first. Just wholesale. Straightening the heads on them now. Let's see. Sorry, I know my head's probably like right in the way. I'll get out of the way here just a sec. see where we're at with these. Move this first one over. The others. It's gonna get worse before it gets better here with this. Oops. Okay, went a little far with that one. These will start to line up like ducks in a row again, just a different row than what was there before. Excuse me for just a moment. I'm just going to take this call. I'll be right back working on those dampers. Okay, I'm back here. Gonna keep working on this. Let's see here. I would say that. So for whatever reason, this is working. So I'm not going to argue with it. I am kind of wondering. Wondering why, how things got the way they did before that caused it to not work so well. I don't know, but. Let's see here. Do this a little more here. So what I'm essentially doing that's working is it's spacing the head over is all it is, but let me finish this one for you. I don't know if things got twisted a little bit. And I don't know, somehow things got set a little different on this piano. That's the best I can say right now. Went too far with that. Gotta get out the twist. This one's not shut off is clean yet. So close on this one. So close. Right. I'll be honest, these don't normally behave this way, and you'd think, well, I can just move it over, and it's just not that straightforward on this set for whatever reason. So, and I'll move it what I think is a little bit, and then it'll all of a sudden be too much the other way. I'm not sure what I'm up against here. Well, I think I might do what I normally do when I keep fussing with one part over and over, just move on and come back to it as needed. This one's pretty good. get you a better view at least while we're doing this. If you're hanging around here watching this. Okay, just try and get a little bit better of a view of what's going on. With these. Okay. Let's see if we can get it. Far. That one. Still too far. Get closer here. I'm kind of going back and forth over where I want to go. Kind of a humbling set of dampers here. Yes, definitely here. Okay. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Almost there, I think. With this one, anyway. Okay, that's pretty good on that. So I'm undoing the twist on this one. And he's jumping off to the left a bit. I'm going to lean the head to the right, because right now the left string's singing. I'm going to lean the head to the right quite a bit. Now, I'm going to space the head over to the left, to straighten up that lean. That worked out a little bit better. Not totally satisfied with that yet. Let's see. So that one's definitely singing on the left. I'm gonna lean his head over to the right. So the right one's singing a lot and the left one's blocking. This is not typical. I just kind of came up with this. Going it through this way has helped on this particular set. Then I'm going to fix the front to back if it needs it. Okay, the right's still singing, so I went too far over. I spaced the head too far over. Let's check it now. Probably still too far over. Actually, not too shabby. I'm just going to lean the head over a little bit to the right to match the tilt of the other ones. Okay. The right one's singing now. Just move the head, space that head over to the right and fix the tilt. I got to get a little twist here out. And then this happens on these. So then now, it says I went back too far over to the right. I need to go back over to the left a little bit. This has been the story, just kind of back and forth. And you think, well, oh, this guy just doesn't know how to do dampers. But no, I mean, normally, I understand that it can be this way, but this set's particularly challenging for whatever reason. Fix the front to back tilt. That's much better. I'm gonna leave that one alone for now. Move on. Alright. Face them right. Fix his front to back. And went over too far. And then back the other way. Tiny bit over more. Craziness, craziness. Says I just need to go a little bit over the right, which I keep trying to do.
Okay, let's see.
This is really weird.
Timing on this is a little off.
It's a puzzle. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. That might be as good as it gets. Just about as good as it gets. Crazy. I know I've said that a few times, but it is crazy though. All right. All right. I have to call it there. It's certainly, I mean, the individual strings as I'm plucking them certainly sound a little better overall, but it's weird how they have to be aligned in order to get that. And it's weird that they weren't damping as well with the keys before. It's certainly much better. It's certainly much better. So let's see. I was sitting there in my own world working on that for so long. See if anyone had any comments on that or questions. Let's see. Okay. Oh, hey, Mark. Kyle Thompson says, I had read in the past online that it's not recommended to touch the strings directly, especially bass strings. but you seem pretty comfortable doing so here. Yeah, I never touch the bass strings when I put on new strings. I'm not sure if Steinway coats their strings though with these new ones. And if you notice, mostly I'm touching it in the back where it's not visible because it'll tarnish, right? So I don't know if they coat it with lacquer or what, but when I get new strings, if I touch them, they turn like a brown spot immediately. So yeah, I'm always wearing gloves. But here I'll just try and pluck, you know, where it's not visible, it's in shadow. Eventually the coloration of the strings will all kind of go uniform and darker. So that's, yeah, I do recommend that. Don't go touching bass strings. I'm kind of doing it in a specific way here. And yeah, so that answers that question. So the damping's better. Mark, you never saw this piano before at the beginning, right?
I didn't.
Okay, so Mark here has not. Do you mind playing for a bit?
Yeah, that's okay.
Mark hasn't seen this piano yet, so we're just gonna have him play it and see if anything stands out as bothering him. Not that it should. Let me grab. I'm just gonna secure the cheek blocks down. This piano's turned into more of a chore than what it should have, Mark.
Can of worms kind of situation?
What?
Can of worms kind of
Not really a can. Not really a can of worms so much, but just some things that I don't typically run into. That seems to be the story lately, though. Okay, so all right, we'll let Mark play away. Do some close-ups of the fingers here. Just take it for a test drive as if you're going to buy this piano.
I was hearing like a little bit of clicking. I don't know if you can hear it.
Clicking?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I feel like it was in this register.
Can you find it? I can't think what would have been clicking unless something moved around in here.
Yeah, it could have been that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah? Well, what do you think of the piano?
I love it.
You loved it.
I love
That's even stronger than like.
It's just
What do you love about it?
with no warm up, it's pretty hard to do
Yeah.
those things with no warm up. Like especially like repeated notes and octaves and stuff. And I felt like when I wanted to control the voicing, I could, and that was what was holding me back was my technique, not the instrument.
Yeah.
So that's good.
So on a scale of big pianos to smaller, more mellow pianos, where would this fall to you?
I would say close to the middle, but maybe a little bit on the bigger end.
Oh, really? The bigger end?
Yeah. It feels strong to me.
Yeah, you can be plenty strong, right? But it's also really easy to play soft, right? Like if you
Yeah.
wanted to. Like, you have something fast and soft that's difficult. And you could probably even do that without the unicorda pedal and get pretty soft too.
Yeah.
So what we need for, because it's a player piano, what I was shooting for, we need a piano that's not too bright and huge, that can be when say you turn the volume down, that's quiet,
Yeah.
because they're going to be using it in the background a lot of times, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not one that sucks the energy out of you, that's so mellow that you can't get
Yeah.
big. That if a pianist played it, they would like it.
The
Still.
real test would be for me to be out there and listen to it.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
right here,
Yeah.
especially because there's no.
Well, that's good. No, it's good. I mean, and it can be big. I mean, it can be still big, right? And if you had heard where it was after we built it up and then brought it down, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's.
Yeah.
And like one way, yeah, I mean, because without Unicorda, you can get a pretty velvety sound without the unicorda, right? And so some pianos would still be bright and kind of loud at that point. So we wanted to get rid of that. So you want to help me get finish it up? Okay. So that's good. You know, Mark kind of, people are probably busy with their day, but they didn't get to see that. But hopefully they get to see that later. But that was interesting to see Mark's evaluation. So let's see. Yeah, no, I really like this piano. There were just some things that were bothering me, like with the dampers that I had to go through were taking me a long time, a lot longer than usual.
Yeah. I didn't know. The only thing I noticed was like when I apply something on.
Like a click thing.
Yeah, when I was playing really big.
But I'm pretty comfortable. It's not like any loose parts or anything.
No, I
Just
don't
get it
think
right
so.
here.
Yeah, I can do that.
So I'm pretty comfortable, like everything's tight like that way. So now what we need to do is adjust the solenoid height for the player system. So basically we're done with our acoustically, this piano's great. Now we have to do the rest for the player, which won't take too long. But I'm going to show, and the unfortunate thing is I only have one tool to do this adjustment. It would be nice if we had two, but at least you'll know how to do this if you ever call on to do this. So I'm going to take this cable off again so that it's easier to manipulate the action. And we're going to take the action out. Maybe you can drive the camera for me a little bit. That would be good. Okay. We're actually going to work on in the cavity. So what we need to do, so we've set our hammer line just great. So the hammer line's really smooth across. So now we're going to use the hammers to tell us when these solenoids are at the correct height. Oh, and I need to re-vacuum back here because we've got some hammer dust back here. So let's do that. Just vacuum off the surface here above these. So usually when these are installed, we want them to be just under the key, not pushing it up, but just about ready to touch. And then so that we can calibrate it from that point. Because the felt is going to compact a little bit. Plus it'll drive the keys more precisely, more accurately when it's in that position. So we're going to use the hammers to tell us when these are at the right height. Because we have a front set, a front row, and a back row. And these are the two whole tone scales of the piano. So every other note, basically. And so if I take this front row first, we're going to work on the front row. And I'm just going to unscrew this tip. And I'm going to do it five rotations of my wrist, because these look pretty low to me. And my goal is that when we stick the action back in, we should see every other hammer poking up higher. And then we'll lower these by degrees, one little ratchet at a time, until all those hammers are smooth again with the hammer line. Then we'll do the back row. And then we know these are at the exact height. This is the way I like to set this anyway, because it's more accurate than some other ways. Okay. And this ratcheting tool is just really cool too. It's just a deep socket. But, you know, that it's the hand thing. It's kind of nice. Just turning all these 5 rotations. Now my goal is hopefully this will be too high on all the notes. And I don't have to keep sticking the action in and out. So we'll find out. So Mark's been working on his tuning. Because he's, right, Mark?
Yep.
And he's been working on doing tuning by ear, and He was just on an old junkie piano in the shop, and I was really impressed with what he was doing with the octaves. I think in some ways, starting out to learn by ear will shortcut a lot of issues that people have otherwise. Some of these are kind of hard to turn. If I have to, I can get like a plastic baggie and wrap it around the metal, and then the plastic will grab eventually. Fortunately, would have been really handy. You can show them how the hammers are sticking up. And push it back. I'm gonna go look for a blanket.
So here are the hammers alternating on a whole tone scale that are up.
Okay, so the keys, I'm just going to put some padding over this to protect it so we can move the action in and out several times, which is what we're going to have to do. And that thing will just fall out of the way. So yeah, so now those solenoids are definitely too high, right? They're starting to push the keys, which is what we want, because then we can just ease them down a little at a time and get them all uniform.
The stream cut because the phone ran out of battery, so we're back on.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that. But where's my tools?
Oh, did I get that chalk?
The chalk we have, but where is the ratcheting tool? Hiding from the battery.
The ratchet tool?
Yeah.
I didn't touch it,
Okay.
so
Well, then I can't blame anyone. Except myself. Normally, it's what I do with that. I kind of need that thing. Stick it in my pocket or something dumb. Well, this is problematic.
is it underneath the?
It must be. Don't normally set it there. Do you see it? Oh, I see it. I sit it on my bag. I see it now. No, we're good. Yep. It's down. It's down. I threw it on my bag and it's camouflaged. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do now is run these down one rotation of my wrist at a time. And of course, the first time I'm only going to catch a handful, right? But remember, I raised them up 5 rotations, and I'm guessing in 2 or 3 we'll have them all down. So, and there was one that was barely rising, so we needed to kind of go that much to catch them all. And this is where I really wish I had another tool for Mark, so it'd go twice as fast. So here's a physics question. If the plunger tip is in contact with the key and then has to push it, does it need more force for that? Or if it was away from the key and then hit it while it was already moving, which one would require more power or more force to move the key?
Probably the one that's touching, right?
Yeah. It seems that way.
Because inertia or whatever.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I guess it's not a physics question because I'm not getting a physics answer, but just an experience. Yeah,
It seems counterintuitive.
Uh-huh. So when I set this, a lot of times I have to up the power, or actually I don't, because this piano is self-calibrating. But it'll have to increase the power significantly from what it was, if assuming it was calibrated right when they were lower. But you also have more control over the key when it's touching and its velocity.
I think like if an object is in motion, it wants to stay in motion. So if you have to hit something,
Yeah.
like that's easier. But if they're both resting at the same, maybe that's why. I don't know.
There you go.
I'm no physicist though.
Yeah. Well, I guess. Yeah. Well, I guess also if it's connected, it's almost like you're lifting more weight, right, than
I don't know.
at a time.
Maybe.
Yes, you're doing more work than if you just get one moving, and then like you said, the momentum of that
Yeah.
one will help
That. Yeah.
provide some oomph for the other one. I don't know. Maybe there's someone who's good at physics that's laughing right now. But it worked. But I know that's what it does at least. Okay. We turn these down one and stick it back in here. Do this several more times. We have a back row after this.
I'm gonna move this to the other side.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's
Okay.
the cord's just not long enough with the. There we go.
So now we've made chalk marks on all those notes. I don't know if you saw that. So all I have to do is erase the chalk marks with my mute. But now I don't know where my mutes are. Where would I have set those? No way. Oh, it's just over here. Okay. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little frustrated right now. Chasing after tools. Where's my mute? Well, I'll use a little piece of felt instead that I have here. A little green piece of felt. Okay. Oh, there's my mutes. They're on the ground over there. So now I just look through, and if any have returned to resting position, I'll erase the chalk marks. And there aren't any yet. They're all just a little bit high. There's one that's almost there, okay? So we'll just hit it with another round. And then we'll know for the back set, you know, maybe I don't need to raise them all 5. Maybe I only raise them 3, you know. So the back set could go a little bit faster. So we'll lower these one more click. Not a click, but rotation, which is about a quarter of a turn. This should get most of them close. Plus, I'll admit, when I go down, I get a little more rotation than when I go up. So I'm like, let's get done with this already. And I figure it'll be good enough. We already brushed these holes out. We cleaned them out when we opened the piano up, just in case there was any debris, and we vacuumed to get any wood chips out, so less likely a solenoid's going to get hung up and stuck. I don't think I've had very many service calls having to fix a stuck solenoid. I think they resolve themselves pretty quickly. You know, maybe a few in the whole several years. 5, 6 years. Okay. And then I can kind of look down here and just look at them and see if they're even, and if there's some that are higher, obviously, than the group, then I'll kind of, even though I'm not looking at the hammer, I'll kind of even them out, because I know the bottoms of the keys are fairly even. This piano, so. See where we are here in a minute. What time is it, Mark?
It's probably 12:30, 12:47.
12:47. Just because I'm gonna look at the chat. Oh, I guess if you're here, you can look at the chat. But I answer questions on a half hour and the hours what I'm doing. Okay, let me grab my little piece of felt.
I'm not sure if you answered this already.
Oh, what does that say?
But somebody asked, as someone who's not a technician, would you recommend learning how to tune my own piano, or is it something better left to a technician?
I mean, you can learn how to do it, but it will take, there's a long learning curve before you can do it well. And if you can do it well enough, then you're fine, right? But if you're willing to put in the time to just kind of learn it, I don't think, if you just get the right information, I don't think you can do any harm. The right tools, the right information. And I figure some people are just going to do it on their own anyway, you know, if they or try. I mean, it's definitely not going to be the same result as someone who's doing it every day all the time. Obviously.
So you're just checking which ones are lowered, right?
Yeah, when they match the rest of the blow distance, and then I erase the mark. Yeah. So each time we should. Now when I go, I'm only going to lower the ones that still have a chalk mark. And eventually they will all be gone. All the chalk marks. So then with the keyboard up here, I like it here because I can, with my finger, count the solenoids and lower them. I can say, okay, the first 4 I need to lower still. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this 5th one we already got. And I can see that, so I can skip that one. And then it looks like all the rest of the bass section need to be lowered still. So I do that. And the tenor section, we didn't erase any marks yet, so they all have to be lowered. So I'll admit, I am surprised. I think this rail is mounted a little higher relative to what I'm used to. So I don't know if that's a change they've made in their production so that these don't have to be so high, or if that's just this particular piano. Okay, this one I only need to do the last 3 of the section. And sometimes, just in case, I'll do a little more if I see them sticking up, just in case. I don't want them to drag on the keys when I use it in a quarter pedal. But I do want them right there ready to fire. So 4 in the middle of this section. Then the last 2 are good, looks like. Oh, not the last one's not. There we go, and this one's just a bit. Okay. And we'll put that in again. Where'd my other rag disappear to on the floor? I can see I remember where the action goes. I don't have to stick the cheek box in each time for this, which is nice. Okay. Good. You're all good. It's easier if I can look through the action, but with these record pianos, I can't do that because it gets in the way. The sensor reel is totally in the way. So I have to look through the strings. So these will change. They'll get lower over time because the felt compacts. Looks like we just have about 10 or so left on this rail, and then I'll put Mark to work on the other one. Okay. So I'm going to turn down the second one in. Here, skip one, turn it down. Turn this one down a little bit, turn it down. Here. Okay. And its neighbor. And that about does it, I think. First one on this section. Not the second. There it is. Okay. Skip, skip, skip. 1, 2. Skip 1. There, I think I just about got it here. That's fine. But you don't have to do this very often to these pianos. Once they're set, once you've done it 2 times or so after they're new, it's pretty stable. Maybe 3 times, but not, pretty spaced out too. Okay, Mark, so Oh, I guess we gotta confirm that we
Yeah.
got those. I'm pretty sure we did, but I'll confirm. Yeah. Alright, just erase our marks. Oh, my back there, whoops. Okay, let's do this then on this next set. The back row mark, you'll just turn them up 3 rotations of your
Okay.
wrist. And I'll be the action in and out guy, so you don't have to worry about that. I need to work out anyway. And then, yeah, I'll go from there. So you just have to switch the direction on that tool.
Where's that?
On the top, there's like a, it's like a dial, you turn it
Oh, I see.
one way or the other, yeah.
So it's back row, right?
Yeah, and I'm gonna get the sweet camera shots of it.
How far is a?
It's whatever, it's just
Okay.
except you're going the other way. So it's click, click.
Oh, so that, wait.
You're turning it up counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise. Okay. Whoa.
That's really tight.
My hand is too
Let me see.
loose.
Let's see if you. That got it. Just get it right in the fingers. Okay, now I can monitor the chat if anyone has anything else. Kyle says he figured as much with the tuning question. He's thinking he wouldn't be able to get enough practice in to do it well. Probably better to spend that time just practicing my playing. Yeah, in fact, I think a person could do more good for their piano with a chopstick needle, like I had that little needle that I needle through the strings, and voicing it, because there are very few tuners that are good voicers, unfortunately, which is a problem, but that's just kind of the reality of it. And so, you know, you could learn how to kind of keep your voicing really good, and that would go a long way in making the piano sound good, as long as you had a good tuner, you know. He's turning all those up. Did you just click continue the other one, or did you restart another one?
It let me resume it.
Oh,
It just came up with it when I went back to
Okay.
add another. My hand is getting too sweaty.
I know. It's not fun when they're this tight. It's not fun. And it's hard to grip it. But here, I'll give you a little. Try something. Just
It's
wrap 'em.
actually okay now.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if you hit another tight one, you could try wrapping it in this, and then just turn until it grabs,
It's getting a lot easier.
and that works. That's good. That's good. So after this, we're gonna plug it in, make sure it connects to the internet.
And then I'm gonna adjust the pedal adjustments that it needs. And then we're gonna let it calibrate. Try the plastic.
So you just wrap it
Wrap it like over itself,
over itself.
and then just grab the plastic really tight and just keep turning, it'll eventually grab. Is it grabbing?
I can't tell.
It's better with a brand new like Ziploc bag.
This one's tight.
Well, so like, you just wrap this in here like this. And it'll eventually, there.
Oh.
It'll eventually give.
So I should have just gone the other way.
Oh, what do you mean?
I think I was going towards it.
Yeah, but you just have to keep, which is right. You just have to keep turning, and it'll
Oh.
eventually like catch, and then it turns really easily.
Did you get this one?
3, 1, 2, 3, yeah. So. Yeah, this is a mighty fine piano. And Mark, you played right into my script when you said, "Oh, I like it because I can play something without having to warm up or whatever." You know, because I was telling him how when you set the dip right, you take all that time. It's the make fewer mistakes adjustment.
Well, I mean, I played a lot of pianos, and I can tell when
Yeah,
like you just can't do certain things.
and this one repeats really fast. Actually. So I wish I could plug it in and try and do updates right now, but it won't allow, it won't start up unless this plug on the sensors is plugged in. When you turn it this much, you can see that they're higher. Like it's pretty obvious, right, Mark?
Yeah.
It's maybe going up as much as a quarter inch, I'd want to say. Is that about fair?
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah. So it's threaded pretty aggressively, where a small turn makes a big difference. I will do another quick fine tuning and just check the voicing after we calibrate it with the player, because it'll knock it out of tune a bit, and it's already kind of wandered a little bit. Okay, just about done with round 1 of row 2 there. So, write it. Throw it back in. Let's see if we got all the hammers up.
give it a look.
Where'd you put the chocolate?
Chocolate should be down there. So I'm seeing a lot of them got caught, are working. They went up, but we still have to turn the treble up more. It looked like. I don't dare unplug this phone. Made that mistake earlier. Don't have enough battery.
I don't know. Some of these in the base look like they made it.
Yeah, then don't do it. If you're not sure, don't mark it yet. So it's obvious. That one did.
Yeah. I'm sure. This one. That one.
Again, if you're not sure, just move on, and you'll be sure the next time you turn it up. So he's just marking the ones that are definitely raising the hammers. And if there are any that aren't, we'll reach down there and turn them up a little more. And that screw adjustment's just making the solenoid longer or shorter.
Did you say this one made it?
It doesn't matter what I say. Which one?
This one.
I can't tell. Let's move on.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
It's harder to tell when you're looking down on them. So don't look down on anyone. And since we want to erase those marks really clean, they don't have to be like any, they can just be really, just enough we can see them. And
Wow. This one's not like I can't.
that's what I was noticing too. Yeah, those upper sections that hardly caught anything.
These two are the only ones that.
Yeah. Which those are the keys that were probably played the hardest with the songs that have been played on this piano so far, just getting it up and running. Action guy. Alright. So now you just look which ones didn't have the chalk and you raise them more. And maybe since there were a lot that weren't, raise them two. Which is 5, which is what I did on the other set. So.
Okay. You just count 1, 2.
Well, when I'm down there and I can touch the tops of them, and just make sure I'm on the back row,
But you just count.
Yeah.
So
I can
the
just say
third one is the one.
The third one's the one I need to raise.
I think that was the one that was really. Hard. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6. And then the break here should correspond with the break here.
Yeah, it does.
Making sure.
Yep. So the second note of that section is the first one, right?
Yeah.
The C.
Mm-hmm.
The secret to this job is finding a comfortable way to be down on the floor.
That's true.
Not killing your knees. And
It doesn't bother my knees so much, but it like makes my feet want to cramp.
it's because you're still young.
Well,
But yeah,
really
I get the
want
feet.
that.
I get the feet cramped. Guess one thing I can do is, well, we already have an extension cord. I was gonna say, make sure I have an extension cord that'll reach the piano, but we're fine. It's right here.
Alright.
Oh, action. Here we go. Alright. This one. Yeah, I can tell. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's up. That one we used to. That's right here. Let's see if there's any questions in the chat here. I'm kind of monitoring it in between now since Mark's busy there. So if anyone has any questions or anything, I'm totally at your disposal. You can see some of these keys are way down too. You think, well, just look at the keys, but we don't trust the key level as well as the hammer. Because why? Because the hammer's resolution is going to be about 4 and a bit times greater than the resolution on changing the key. Did you get them all?
Yep.
So now you can start lowering. Beautiful. That'll go fast because you didn't go too high on.
I think it should just be one. On the other one.
One turn.
One turn, yeah.
Nice.
Especially up here. I think maybe I'll just do one.
Okay. Yeah, just do one. Just make it like a big one. You know, that's what I do. Just make that turn a little bit more aggressive. And we might get some copyright, or not a strike. Like the other day, we were playing some tracks on the Spirio, and I think it was Jurassic Park or something was playing, and I got a notification that says, well, you can't monetize on this one, but it's not a strike. So I imagine it'll be the same story once we start playing, because I have to play some well-known songs that I normally use to test it, and I don't know if they're public domain or not. So be it. I mean, we only make pennies on these live streams anyway, if you know, from ads and stuff. You're turning them down, right?
Yep. I switched it. I made sure of that. Because I don't want to do this more than I have to.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm in an office with her, so.
So Mark's turning these down one because we've got them all marked with chalk now. So we know they're too high. So now, you know, if we get them just a little lower, so we just really dial in this height. Another way that was suggested to set these is you just look at a few samples. You set a few samples across the keyboard and get them right. And then you take some calipers and just screw or unscrew the things all to match that distance with the calipers. But I didn't feel as comfortable with that way that it would actually, give me consistent results key to key, because that's just making the length of that solenoid the same from one to one. But there's a big fluffy layer of felt down below those that they drop onto. And I didn't trust that it would be consistent from note to note. So I do it this way. And then I just feel like I'm sure, where it's set. I gotta get ready to do my job. I'm the action man. Okay. Here we go. So if you're just joining back or something, we're almost to letting the player calibrate itself. We're almost ready to plug it in and get it going for the first time after unboxing. We're just adjusting the height of these solenoids so that it just is about ready to kiss the bottoms of the keys. That doesn't sound so good, but it's, yeah, that's what needs to happen. All right. Okay. Here we go. So we're looking for.
You're just using mute?
Yeah. That's what I usually use. Here, we can erase marks at the same time, huh?
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll do the top two sections here. If you're okay with that.
I am.
Me too. So I haven't eaten lunch yet. And it's Friday. We gotta do something good for lunch. Maybe not. Maybe not hungry.
I am hungry. But I'm not in a rush.
Okay, good, because we got a little bit left on this piano. All right. So what are you thinking about those?
These ones are hard for me to tell, actually.
Right. You can see what ones I marked off on that one, and I'll just mark off these. Yeah, so if it's like, oh, it's hard to tell, then just turn it down a little more. And look at the one, and then when you take the piano out, when we take the action out again, look at the ones that are erased, and visually see like, oh, I need to stand right in front of the camera. Visually see, oh, I just max that height a little bit. That's what I'm saying. So I would have erased this one, but I also set the hammer line on this, so I know it very well, very intimately. You can see which ones I passed off, but. Okay, action man. My wife and I were watching, in the middle of watching Man of Steel. I either fell asleep
Well, I've never seen it all the way through it, so
Well,
I'm actually
That's
kind of
not really-
enjoying it. I don't
really-
know why.
I don't know if it's really worth the.
I like the old Supermans.
I
A
think
lot.
that movie's actually not really well.
It wasn't so
received.
bad though. Okay, so here, Kyle says a lot of this work seems very interesting in isolation on one key, but moderately annoying when you have to apply it to every one of the keys. Yeah, exactly. That's why I say this. You know, you have to be like a little bit. You have to suffer a little bit from anxiety and obsessive compulsive disorder mixture, so that the fact of doing something repeatedly that you don't have to think about too hard is relaxing. Then, you know, well, it also helps, you know, when you're getting paid, right? When you're getting paid every time that the minutes tick by, that helps a lot. He's turning that down. And the other thing is, one of the most interesting things to me is the overall effect that happens with all these cumulative adjustments. But you can't arrive at that overall effect, you know, cumulatively unless you've done all the adjustments. So, you know, it just drives me. I think to myself, okay, then we'll get to this point, and then we'll get to really see how this piano plays or sounds. And I might as well check the charge on my iPad because we're going to be using that to drive it. The Spirio's used an iPad app. And this is about the only thing I use my iPad for, is servicing Spirios. And then my kids always want to color on it. But I'm worried that they ruined my first one, so I'm a little more guarded with this one. So I have my charge box, but not my lightning cable. I think we have enough battery. Oh, we have plenty of battery though to work on this thing. We'll connect to the Wi-Fi here. That'll make things better. Check that my app is up to date. They do pretty regular updates on these pianos, so it is important to kind of make sure everything's updated, both with the iOS, Spirio app, and then the piano itself receives firmware updates. So a lot of what I'm doing when I service these is just trying to get the updates to run and complete. Okay, no update today though. Okay. Probably one more after this, huh? And we'll be done.
Yeah.
Guessing? One more pass.
I tried to get them all this time.
So, I don't know if Kyle was hinting by saying that. Oh, yeah, I'll erase too. Okay. That, oh, these are interesting adjustments for one key. maybe we don't need to watch all 88. But part of doing the stream, I want people to know the truth. I just want to know what it's really like to do these, you know, and you don't have to feel a prisoner. You can check in and out as needed. But I was just getting tired of getting bogged down. I would record a lot of footage and have an idea of things I wanted to communicate, and then never get it edited all the way. It just takes so long. I thought, you know what? Just have it be live, interactive, kind of like this. That maybe is more my style. And I'm still doing videos for sure, but you know, that will be. But I want to make them much shorter. Just kind of reviews, how-to steps, kind of thing. I think I got most of it, huh? That's because you were erasing them. You got impatient. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm sure we got it. Well, that's right, because those were the lowest ones to start with, right? So now we only have a handful.
They could have been exactly right because I did 2 turns on them and then 2 turns back. So
That's true. Usually maybe it was exactly right. But
these ones I can't tell if they're used or not.
that I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Because when I erase, you can tell. It's gone, man. So yeah, so I don't know if Kyle, if you're implying like, maybe, let's see, here's a comment. Hearing the end result makes it worth it. Yeah. And plus, you know, if someone is doing this, you know, as a career, there's things you pick up on. I like to watch people doing the repairs because when I was learning how to tune or voice, I would ask my mentors or people that I was kind of mirroring, I would say, can I just watch you tune? Because you pick up on body movements, positions, hand, ways of doing things with your hands that are friendly to the career as a long-term thing on your body, and also that are more effective methods. So I like to watch, you know, and it's weird. I know how to tune pretty well, but it's funny. I'll watch other videos on YouTube, just saying like, oh, I wonder what else is out there on how to tune, and I'll catch myself just like letting this video run of some guy tuning, you know, even though I already know how to tune. So I don't know why. It's comforting somehow.
You're so ingrained in tuning that
Yeah,
you can't escape it even when you're at home.
I know. And well, my wife would I say, I probably mentioned this, but she would say like, you spend the whole day with pianos, and then when you come home, you want to practice the piano, you know. But it kind of just builds the desire almost, because you're like, you get it all ready, all nice, and then you don't get to actually practice or learn something. So
It's completely different things too, right?
yeah,
Playing.
don't trade your sides.
You don't trust me?
No, I trust you. It's you check my work, I check yours. Well, see, we were right on this. Because now they're perfect. Okay, now it gets different. Now it's all about the computer and stuff. So in order to fire these things up, the only thing you have to have going on is this connector right here. Do you want to film, Mark? Make sure it's filming what it needs to. This connector, which connects the hammer sensor to the computer. And you know what's interesting? This one goes right above the glide adjustment. That is kind of wrong for me, but it'll work. It's not going to hurt anything. You see that? How it's on top of that?
Yeah.
So, so what they're saying is like, don't do anything to the action until you unplug the piano. Maybe that's what they're trying to say. Okay, the other thing I would like to have for a successful calibration is I'm going to cinch down the cheek blocks because it's going to attempt to calibrate the unicorda pedal, and I want to simulate the exact friction and everything that it has to work against to make sure that it works out. And so for this, it's a game of pass or fail. So if we did our job with the regulation and everything else, then it should just pass with flying colors, which is kind of nice. Like with the player piano, you know, if you're not regulating the piano well, it might just pick up on that, you know, and show you, oh, I need to change what I'm doing because it didn't work. So, but we should have hit. Now I'm missing a connector here, so that would be a fail right off the bat.
Kyle appreciates you answering his questions.
Oh, Kyle, I appreciate your questions because I mean, you're the life of the stream. Of the party here. Okay. So then I don't feel like I'm just totally talking to myself all the time. Okay. So you want to come in here, Mark?
Yeah. Should I just
In an unawkward way. Yeah, just untether it.
I'm just gonna unplug too.
You're gonna want to go actually from the back.
Yeah.
So this is just packing material here. We'll cut that off. But these are the solenoids. This is for the sustain pedal. This is for the unicorda pedal. And notice the levers, like I pointed out, it's a separate lever for the player than it is for the pianist. Thank you for that, Steinway. Which means it won't affect the pedals in a bad way. Now I'm going to check how far it's going to put those dampers up. This is just a thickness gauge. It's too loose, so I'm going to get my tools and preemptively adjust this before, because I don't want it to calibrate with like a false distance. I just want it to kind of pinch that gauge in there. So there's a lock nut here. I loosen that, then I pull down really hard, and I'm going to spin this disc up until this is kind of compressed in there a little bit, but I can pull it out still fine. Now, that's the appropriate amount of throw on the pedal, so it's not going to raise the pedals too high or try to, and or too far, because that can make a thumping kind of a thing with player pianos if it's trying to move things too far. And then I need to make sure I lock that good. So that's better. It was too great before, the distance was. Now, I can tell already I'm going to need to adjust this tip down a little bit now so that it's kind of hits the pedals, kind of like our foot does, where there's a little bit of gap before it does anything, and then it's going to start lifting that damper tray. And the gap should be really minimal on this pedal here in order for it to work from my experience. But it's still there, so the dampers won't bleed. Okay, so we'll tighten that up, and I think that's probably going to be close enough where it's going to, and who knows on this one, we're getting a knock there. No idea on that yet. Maybe because it's knocking on this. I'm going to take this pedal out. The unicorda pedal. Oh, actually, I can't even take it out. Wow, that's really tight in there. Okay, so I'm gonna loosen this. This is the acoustic rod that I'm changing here for the unicorda pedal, and I think it's just up too high. I'm gonna turn that down as much as I can, almost. Okay, now it's, which you know. Oh, okay, well, I'll continue. That might have caused me an issue that I don't want to deal with, but not what I did just now, but the fact that it was adjusted where it was. Okay. So now I'm not gonna get that knock because that's out of the way, and I don't need that connected for the calibration. So let me check the voicing on the piano though and the hammer alignment because that might have changed it just now. And thankfully. So what I was worried that would have done is if the Unicorda pedal rod is too high, it's gonna start, and you adjust it that way, it's actually moved the action over a little bit. And if the hammers are all aligned there, then you put it back, then all of a sudden there's a lot more felt on the left side of the hammers. And we voiced that so particularly, right, for the last how many days, you know. But luckily, I don't think it was pushing on it enough to change that. No, we're good, thankfully. Because that could have been frustrating. So, what we're going to do now is, I'm just going to check this. So we won't know if this is right or if we have to change it until we run the computer and check it. So I think we're ready to fire it up. Let me see when I put this in. Does it go in? Go in. Drop, okay. Okay, yeah, we can adjust it right where we want it as long as this is correct, and I think it is. See, this is not actually, there's a tiny gap here. I can wiggle it just, the rod just a little bit, and it's not affecting the actual lever yet, which is what we want. We want, on this system, we want the lever resting on the player arm. And otherwise when it comes down, you know, you can make that knock like that, but it probably won't. Probably should be, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If we have to though, I can't run this adjustment any further down. So if I have to, I might need to cut this rod just a little bit shorter, which isn't a big deal. It's just brass, but anyway. Okay, we're gonna plug this in and fire it up. Oops. Can you get me that cord? Yeah, and then you're probably gonna want to plug this in again, huh? Okay. Here, I'll just put it where we need it, I guess. Make sure my things are connected. They are. Okay, and then you're good to plug that in. The phone. Maybe let's bring it over this way. Maybe here. I'm just gonna. I want to move this on this bench. More out of our way, and then if you want to plug it in, does that work? Does that work, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay. And if we need to sit down, we can. Okay, so these are all cinched down. Everything's plugged in. The Spirio's plugged in. It's already started booting. And we'll try and find it here on the iPad. So, Mark, if you want to zoom into this, okay. We've got red and green lights down here. Those LEDs down there show us that it's on, that it's plugged in. And then eventually we'll get a little Bluetooth symbol on the iPad here, or the piano will show up under this piano. Oh, there it was right there. So if I go to settings, piano connection, the serial number of this piano now shows up. Let me make sure it's not another one in the store, but it is 625. So I tap it, connect to it, and first thing I want to do is try and connect it to the internet. Okay. Well, it's going to do that for a minute. Okay, so now I'm going to try and connect connect it to our Wi-Fi here. And these can be touchy to connect for some reason. You know, you have your password right and everything, and it won't jump right on some internets based on signal strength. It's way more touchy than most hardware. See, like right there, it didn't join. We'll try again. No. I'll double check my password, but I think I got it. And so a lot of times in appointments, I'm fussing over just trying to get it connected to the Wi-Fi. Now, if someone has a Wi-Fi extender plugged in, like right, usually works well if it's like the bass side of the piano and down on the floor, then it works great. Or of course, if they hardwire it, it works great. So I'm having trouble. So if it doesn't go this time, I'm going to do a hard reset as we do with troubleshooting. So go ahead and unplug it, Mark.
Which
Spirio.
one? This one?
Yeah. And we want to wait for a good long while on that. And I'm going to hard reset my iPad too. We're going to wait for a full minute, which is a good time to play. Let's plug it in and get it going again, see if that helped us. Guess I'm showing you all the Spirio service secrets too. Reboot. But
Turn
you gotta
off, turn on.
turn it off, turn it on, but wait 60 seconds because there's huge capacitors in there that take a long time to drain. So that's why we have to wait so long. And it takes a while to reboot too. Again, those lights are on. This time there's only green lights. So. Taking its sweet time rebooting. It's pretty dang exciting. Okay. Now I'm like wondering why are we not getting anything going yet? It's taking an incredibly long time. little too long. There we go. Right. So we'll go into settings. We'll try and connect the piano to Wi-Fi again. I have a good feeling about this one. Just might take. Just giving me the spin. Very interesting. Oh, it almost took. It almost took. For whatever reason, they jump onto hotspots better. So since I'm having trouble with that, I'm gonna turn on my hotspot. Maybe get it to connect to that first, and then do an update, and then the update might solve whatever issue it's having, or at least it might connect at that point, from what I've seen.
If the Wi-Fi is being heavily used, would that affect it?
I mean, it's signal strength. There should be plenty of bandwidth.
Okay.
This is pretty good Wi-Fi here, so I'm not sure on that one. Let me just turn on the hotspot. I'll look for my hotspot on here. There it is. So this way I'm using their Wi-Fi still, but through my hotspot. And in the past, that's been more successful. We'll see, I guess. Nope. Didn't even want to do that. Now it did. There, I got an IPA and everything. So now I connected at least. And then of course it's telling me there's update available, but I don't want to run that yet. I want to run a calibration. And here it goes. I promise. It's going to start any minute now. That was weird. It just said it completed, but it didn't run anything. Let's see. I'm gonna remember I set a different blow distance on the hammers. Oh, this is interesting. I set 40 millimeters on this piano, and it's already into there. And so someone else set this piano to 40 millimeters. That shows that they came to the same conclusion that I did at some point, which is interesting. they run great once you get all of this out of the way. Then they great. So now it's running the sustain pedal, measuring the distances and checking that. Now it's going to check what's the slowest velocity or the least amount of power it can apply to those solenoids and still have the hammer hit the string. So those touchless sensors can know when the hammers hit the string. So it already passed on that first arpeggio, and you couldn't even hear the note from me talking.
Very peaceful.
It's very peaceful. Usually you hear something, so when we get higher up, you'll hear it more. It's actually so quiet that I'm confused, a little bit scratching my head, but I'm sure it's fine. And so it just goes through all these different iterations until it can get what it's wanting. I heard one note hit there.
Did you hear the other two?
Not from
Before?
here. I can't hear it
Really?
from here. Yeah.
I was hearing some down there
Yeah, well, you have better hearing than me.
right now.
And
How much longer?
there's a plane flying overhead, too.
It's because you too much tuning, too hard on the ears.
Yeah. So our voicing is playing a role in as far as how, how it's doing. If I sit here, I can probably hear him hit. Yeah. Yeah, it's hitting him. It's just whisper, barely nicking him. Which is great. I mean, that means you're going to have like a dynamic range of huge. And then, so this is the peaceful part. And then it starts to hit them progressively louder. Then it takes, so after it sets its softest point that it can play, it's going to do arpeggios at successive dynamics upward. And it gets to, like fist pounding loud, but on each individual note of that arpeggio. So it's really loud, I think it plays way softer and louder than any human could really play, So Like at first on these, the keys didn't even go down all the way. Showing like what I was telling, if we had raised those solenoids, it's gonna require a little bit more power than it needed last time. But yeah, my experience with these is once I dial them in, you know, I've serviced them 2-3 times, it holds really well. It's really stable. I don't have to change a lot. It's just software updates from there, firmware updates. I mean, and tuning and touch-up voicing. So then the pattern is it does the last 3 notes there. Okay. So that's gonna get louder and louder for us. Now you can hear what dynamic range did we set up with our voicing. You hear that play out. There, so that was the loudest. That was great. So you can be plenty big on this piano. And then it just checks the velocities when the pedal is depressed, because it's different, because it's not, when the pedal's depressed, it's not lifting the weight of the dampers, right? So it needs to see, without that weight, how the hammer's going to behave. So it adjusts how much electricity is going through the coil and how much power that's pushing up with, based on the velocity that it reads on the sensor rail. And this usually goes pretty quickly because these are just minor, I think, changes that it's making. And the closer it is to being calibrated, when you run the calibration, it doesn't take as long. If it only needs to play that arpeggio once, it only plays it once. And then Jesse Balboa asked on the chat, you asked if it needs to be calibrated every time it's tuned, and the answer is that's the recommendation from the manufacturer, yes. I mean, if you're getting it tuned really frequently, you know, more than 3-4 times a year, then you could probably skip it just fine. But you know, probably good that it be done at least once a year, twice a year's ideal. At least in our area, like maybe that first year, get it done 3 times in a year, and then twice a year after that. And that gives me, you know, I have to allot a little more time with the appointments because of the player side of it, but really not that much more time because we've laid a good, strong foundation today. No, the dampers only go up to here, right? So it's already, it actually doesn't need to play those notes on this keyboard, but the file has those notes because a Model D does have dampers up there. And then it's just gonna check the shift pedal, I think, the Unicorda, and it's gonna measure it. It just frees it up, and then it goes there, and it's gonna back off by degrees. And if it doesn't follow it, it'll fail. It's saying there's too much friction on that system. But we'll see how it does. It says it completed, so we're good. But what I want to check, I also want to run a separate, here Mark, you want to show this actually? Oh, we haven't plugged in for a while.
We're good.
Okay.
It's not like 50%, so
50?
yeah, this is when we unplugged.
Oh, I thought you said we're good, we're at 2%. That's
No,
what I thought.
50.
Okay, 50, okay. So I'm going to just run the loud pedal calibration by itself. Oh, okay, or maybe I'm not. And I want to just confirm what it's doing with the pedal, because this is a record model, and you want the pedal to be really dialed in. So it already did this kind of, but this will give us an added step to look at it a little closer. This will say, this will try and put the dampers at half pedal point, and then it's going to say, are they ringing correctly at that point? Okay, if I hit a cluster, they're not really ringing at all, so it needs to engage it a little more. So I'm going to make an adjustment down here, Mark, on that plunger tip. So I'm gonna loosen this guy, and I'm gonna engage it more by turning this down just a bit. Maybe a little more. That's probably a good spot for when I tighten it. Then it'll be a little bit shorter and it'll be just right, hopefully. And so the way I'm going to check that is musically. That's another thing I like about this system. They have you check it musically. It's not just distances and numbers. You confirm it with a song. So I have several tracks. With this one, I'll listen to Van Cliburn's performance of Claire de Lune, a historic performance that was recreated there. So, and I'm going to put the volume all the way up and listen to it. And we're going to listen to how it's, and I know this really well because I always use it to check the pedaling. It sounds perfect to me right now. The way things clear out. It's not too much, not too wet, not too dry. Now this chord here, it sustains. If it was too dry, then I know it wouldn't work. And that's, if we hadn't made that adjustment, it probably would have been too dry. So now I want to go into settings, and I want to do the same for the Unicorda pedal. I want to run that separate. The soft pedal calibration here, because I want to make sure that it's going to the same place where we voiced the soft pedal to, which is all the way to this screw, right? So if someone's servicing these pianos and they don't know the Spirio system and they start making adjustments and they don't know how to get in and calibrate it, it can cause a problem. So you'll always want it to calibrate. So now it's shifted all the way over. I'm just going to see that it moved all the way over here with a little bit of squish room, and it's perfect. So done. So now I need to finish up with that. Remember, I loosened the pedal rod, the acoustic pedal rod. I need to make sure I tighten that up now because it's good where it is. Okay. And so I'm just going to turn this down as far as I can almost. Oh, that's the wrong wrench. 7/16 for the lock nut, and then 1/2 inch for the upper one with their current production. Make sure I didn't forget to tighten anything else we adjusted here, including the sustain pedal. Make sure that's all good. It is. So now should be good, and there should be a little bit of a gap before it hits the dampers. Yes, good. let's play the piano acoustically for a second. Make sure it's. The tuning did pretty good actually through the calibration. It's not that bad. I'm still gonna touch it up, but no, it won't take long. And they have lots of other tracks that you can use to kind of test things. Let's do this one for fun. Now this is at, let me explain something. The volume slider on this player system is, if you want to show up, Mark, if that's okay. Just let people kind of get to know the system for fun. It's so full dynamic range is all the way up, right? So it's not like that's the loudest, you know, that should be the resolution for where they recorded it, the full dynamic range of what they had. And so they're saying from there, sure, you can reduce that, but you're compressing the dynamics of what was recorded. But sometimes, but you know, a lot of these performances, they were performed and recorded in such a way as to project in a concert setting, you know, sometimes big music. So they can be quite loud. So sometimes in a home, 3/4 up is, you know, not too offensive because it can get quite loud. But we're going to see with this piano, if we run it all the way down, will the notes still repeat fine? Okay, that's like the ultimate, like, you know, how's it playing? So now we're going to see. So I'll run this to the quietest volume and run that section over again with those repeated notes. And you can see if it's able to do it or not. Not only is it getting the notes, but it's playing them softer than most pianos that I'm able to do, to set it to. So it's doing really great. This piano, I think they'll be thrilled with it. You have a huge dynamic range. Skipped one. Yeah, but I think it's excusable. I can't play that quiet, you know. I can't even make the, even like this, I can't even like get that volume in. Anyway, so that's fun. And then I'm gonna check the pedaling. This is a song that you start to thump with the pedal. I just want to see if there's no weird sounds. That's all the way on quiet play. This is where it was recorded. Right here, he's just gonna beat with his foot on the pedal. There's no thump, it's just really quiet, it's really nice, so that's good. And then, let's see, here's one that kind of shows off the dynamic range a little bit of the piano. how you have terrace dynamics there. It does it really well. So that's one of the differences that kind of makes you with the Spirio. You're kind of like curious, like, oh, who's playing that? Because it does a good job with the pedaling and the dynamic range, and those are the two elements that kind of make the like musical magic. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to try. A little bit of Glenn Gould recreated historical performance of Goldberg variations, but we'll try it in the quietest volume. So here he goes. Each one is hitting, so that's a sign that your Spirio is really well calibrated if it can hit all those notes. Or same thing with the Flight of the Bumblebee. No person can play this quiet on, so. It does affect the timing a little bit when you go to quiet play. You can see on some songs you're like, it's not quite as on as when you're hearing it full volume. But anyway, that's driving the Spirio. So it's pretty cool. I'm gonna run the update. We're good. I'm gonna run the update while I do a fine tuning, and then we're done. I would take a break now, but I'm worried the movers are gonna show up and load this up. So I need to do it. So we can plug in the power and just show the tuning still, and so we don't need to cut the stream or anything. But I'm gonna run an update while I'm doing it and hope it works. Still accidentally unplugged the piano while I'm trying to run it. Okay. We'll just let that go, and then I'll tune. And Mark may or may not want to hang around. Do you want to practice tuning something? Oh, okay. Let's see. Well, it won't work at the same time to me, I guess. You could go to the shop if you wanted to work there, or you could just hang around and wait. Either way.
You're not going to be like.
I'm not going to be very long.
Right?
No, I shouldn't be that long. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, so we're gonna. So this piano, our blood, sweat, and tears went into it, and it's paid off. It's a great piano. And the update's even running, which is a bonus, without having to reboot. So this last update they did was a big one, and so it has a little bit more tricky time running through, but this one's passing through smooth sailing, looks like. So now that it's all voiced, it's easier to tune also. Just because you hear things a little better with the octaves, at least I do. Anyway, so. I'm just gonna get my A from the Verituner today. See where we're at. Tiny bit flat, but the temperature in here has gotten a little warmer. Then I have the AC turned off, so the strings have warmed up. They've gone a tiny bit flat from earlier. The temperament, because the tuner did the temperament great on this piano. I think there was just a couple tweaks I did. Now that it's been pounded on by the calibration, this tuning will also be more stable than if I just tuned it again without that. If you want a really stable piano, have it played all the time, a lot, and tuned all the time, and it'll be super, super stable. playing kind of works out all the, you know, potential for the string to give way and stretch out, and then the tuning resets it. So it's good that I'm tuning it to 440 at a warmer temperature, because if it goes into a home here and they have a little bit cooler temperature, the piano's going to want to go flat, right? Because it's new strings, so that'll kind of work, they'll kind of balance each other out, and it won't lose as much pitch. Sorry, in the colder temperature, the piano will go sharp, but the stretching out of the new strings makes it want to go flat. That's what I'm saying, balances it out. Okay, now I'll just check the temperament. sharp. It goes way up. But I think now we're there. There we go. So I think this piano is being loaded today, delivered Monday. concert on this when it's when the tuning's done, if you want. Don't you love it when someone you know is like in Hawaii or something, and then they keep texting you pictures and stuff about it? And you're not there, and you're working. They're just so happy, they just want to share it with everyone else. Any comments on the chat or anything?
Yes.
Oh, we got some comments. All right, what do we got?
Hi, I was voicing a Hamburg bee from 1982 yesterday. It got new Sorry, it's
It cuts out on you.
it's
Huh?
cutting out on me. It got new hammers in 2003, which seemed to be a little bit. I really struggled to voice them. Sorry, this thing is big obnoxious. I really struggled to voice them. They were newly shaped. What would be your approach?
What made you feel like they were too light? Like, what was the symptom? You know, does it feel like the piano's too easy to play, like it's too big of a sound for what you're putting, or is it actual like physical resistance on the key? So if I know that, then maybe I could respond a little bit differently. Because sometimes someone might say something's too light if it gets too bright or loud when you're trying to play soft. Is that the case, or is the actual resistance on the key? Because usually a light piano is desirable and not a problem, you know, the touch, right? So yeah, so if you could clarify. Yeah, or was the sound too weak? Because if you're saying the hammers were already shaped, I'm thinking maybe you're wanting more sound out of it and it's not giving you that sound. Any response on that?
The mechanic was too light, yes. The pianist was missing resistance.
They wanted it heavier?
The comment says.
Pianist wanted it heavier. Well, I don't think the problem was the actual weight of the hammers in that case. I would look at the regulation. You know, maybe the blow distance is too close to the strings. That can make it feel lighter. And if you increase that distance, increase the dip, that'll give it a little bit of a heavier, meatier feel. Or you could also, wondering why they thought it was too light. Another thing is just to voice it more aggressively, so voice it down, so that basically you have to, so it's more mellow, so that you have to give more into the piano to get more sound. That might, I would try and approach it from that first. But again, I haven't weighed the piano or, you know, the keys or anything. I would maybe take some measurements down weight, up weight, to see what it was doing. Yeah, that would be my approach. But I can't say for sure, oh, just do this and it'll solve the problem. But that's where I would look first, is the voicing and the regulation of the voicing, right?
They say the distance was 46 to 47.
Is what?
46 to 47.
Oh, down weight? Well, that's
Yeah.
right at spic.
The distance. So I don't know.
Oh, the blow distance?
Yeah.
So it's pretty great. It's quite a lot. What model was it? A B?
A Hamburg B.
So 46 is fine. I would look to the voicing. I'm thinking the voicing is too hot, and I'm thinking it needs to be voiced down. That's my gut reaction at first. Or in other words, needle. That would be my question for the pianist, is why do you want more resistance? What are you trying to do that you can't do on this piano? I think it'd be really rare that it would be so light that they can't, you know, whatever, unless they're trying to play a certain color. They're trying to get a certain sound out of the piano, and that's where you would go to voicing. also look to whether or not the key bushings are worn out. And replacing key bushings will definitely, resetting that will definitely give the piano a sense of more resistance. It'll introduce a little more friction, basically. But again, I don't know that that's really the problem. It's usually that they're getting too harsh of a tone and it's difficult to play softly. Any response to that, Mark?
No. The harshness was definitely a problem in her room.
Yeah, so I think if you needle it down, you say it's been shaped. If it's been shaped recently, I don't know. But definitely make the strings to the hammer, needle it down and make the strings to the hammers after that. Maybe a little more needling. And I think that would help with the issue. And then maybe look whether the key bushings are worn out. Some people have the philosophy that if they practice on a really heavy piano, then they're going to play really, really well in performance, right, Mark? It's a very common teaching philosophy too. So, but I think voicing down is the way to achieve that. I've seen people add then, or have somebody add weights to the hammers or something like that. It's just going to lead to injury. And it's going to lead to just a weird feeling piano, I think, in most cases. Usually the problem is not that the piano is too light, it's just too heavy. It's the other way around. We're trying to go that way. So it's a voicing thing for sure. Like if a car accelerates too fast, is the problem that the pedal is too heavy? No, it's just the response of the engine, right? That's kind of a bad example.
The voicing was very hard to bring down. It seemed already really soft.
Really? But you said it was harsh. So I'm not sure. Maybe in a soft dynamic it's soft, but as you play louder, it's getting really harsh quickly, which needs you to needle deeper, or I'm not sure how you're needling. I mean, I would go pretty close to the string grooves on this front side. So I'm hearing kind of like what sounds like conflicting, but it's probably just at different dynamic levels.
He said the material was soft.
Oh, that's okay. But if you're saying you're not getting much of a change with the needle, I would say where on the hammer are you needling? Maybe get it more aggressive up towards the strike point. also, did you recently shape the hammers? Or have they, or how long are the grooves? Have the grooves gotten longer? Was it shaped a while ago? Because if you shape the hammers where there's a shorter strike point and then you needle up there, it'll have a greater change than if you have a long groove and you're hunting down a hard spot.
I think he says to needle close to the striking point. I'm always scared to go
Scared to go right on it.
with Hamburg Steinways. The shaping was fresh. The marks were very light.
The marks were really light, but were they long? If they were long still, if it's too flat on the top, you could still have an issue. So as long as they're, it's more rounded and not so flat on the top. Because when the hammers were shaped, that would have brought the tone way up, probably. So don't be afraid to go on the strike point. Just go more shallow at first, and then if it's not enough, then you just go a little deeper. Hamburg or no. I hear that comment also a lot with someone who's a student and their teacher is telling them, so they go to their teacher's piano and they're not drawing out the sound out of the piano that their teacher wants them to. Their teacher will say, your piano at home is too light or something, or the student will make that connection because they'll say, I must be too weak, or my fingers need to be stronger. So I would definitely question whether or not that's the issue with the customer, or not, or if that's not an issue at all, because I've run into that before, and then I would just voice it down. If it is that situation, if they have a teacher like that, they're probably also practicing 8 hours a day or something, and so that piano is going to get bright really fast. So you're not going to do anything too permanent on it by needling the crown. I don't know, there's a few unknowns there. That one needs to be talked through. But if the hammers were replaced in 2003, right? That's what they said.
I think so.
And that was a long time ago. Those very old hammers. Gosh, new hammers you're going to increase friction by having new hammer shanks and the new felt. I mean, they would probably be happy.
She is a young Steinway artist. It's not about practice for her. It's more about control of the dynamics.
New hammers, maybe. If you can't voice those old hammers to where she's happy, plus if she's a young Steinway artist, she's playing all the time, and so there's probably zero friction in those joints, so when you replace the key bushings, that'll kind of restore it to more of a new piano feel, and you have a lot more control. That would be my guess. So if she doesn't have the budget for that, then I would just try and voice it that way. Because I was just thinking, I did run into a piano of a professor's, and she was saying that this piano's too light, kind of a thing. She did say that. And for her, it needs new hammers, because the joints have just been played so much, they're just so free. There's like no control, it's just gone from it. And the hammers have been shaped and shaped, so they're very light now, so it could be a similar situation, new hammers.
Was that Sasha?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, and that piano was due for new hammers anyway, so she got it right on the money. New shank. It's really the shank. New shanks and hammers solve like a lot of problems that happen on older pianos or pianos that have been played in quite a lot.
Was that the university or her own?
University. Yeah. It was
Yeah,
a Model B.
That makes sense.
It was a Model B, not a Hamburg in New York, but. Yeah, but I don't think the answer there is to add weight to something or take weight out of the key or something. Go with new parts and then look at that. Yeah, you want more control. New, we need new joints on the new centers on the hammer flange and new key bushings for sure. That's a great question, though. That's a great puzzler, huh? What was the username? Who asked that?
Lawrence V.
Lawrence V. Thanks, Lawrence.
He just wrote something. You have encouraged me. Next time I have voice with more courage. Anyway, she would need new hammers if she really wants to have that new feeling back.
Yeah. Yeah, courage to voice and also courage to say you need new parts, you know, if you want them to perform better. I would expect hammers on a heavily played piano. If someone's playing 8 hours a day, okay, if they're playing 4 hours a day, 5, 8 years most for those hammers probably. If they're playing 8, 10, 12 hours a day, you know, 3 years, and those hammers are probably close to needing to be replaced. I'm thinking like, you know, classical playing. That's what I see at the university in the practice rooms. Okay, there is a quick fix you could try, but I'm not responsible for it. Okay, there's a liquid called VS Pro Felt, and I don't know if you can obtain it. I can't right now. It's basically like a fabric softener, and you can put it on key bushings and things to like expand them. You could put it on the key bushings, but sometimes you need to ease the keys after that. You could also try and put it on the hammer flange, the bushing cloth, on those centers, and it might puff up the bushing cloth and provide a little more resistance on that piano. But I don't think it's a substitute for, you know, new parts. But you could try that if you can get your hands on some VS Pro Felt. It's like a white milky substance. I just remembered that.
It was really frustrating meeting my limits there. I'm a piano builder since 7 years, but I think it will take me a lot more to confidently work on this level.
Yeah.
He says he knows about it, so he'll try it.
Oh, good. Yeah. Give it a try with a little dropper. I did that on that piano we were talking about. I don't know how long it lasted, but it did provide some resistance. But especially on the key bushings, if the key bushings aren't totally worn out, especially on the balance rail, it'll puff them up. And if you can get them tight as new almost, then it'll provide a lot more control. voicing's been pretty stable on this. After we did that, just quick needling, not a lot of notes popping up again. That's wrong. I'm gonna unplug the player, Mark, and then if you want to reinstall the upstop rail, you have to unplug this to pull things out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then reinstall this upstop rail. I'll call that person back. Does that work?
Yep.
And then we're just gonna clear tools, and then you can, once that's in, we'll put the fall board on, and then you can kind of do your victory lap.
Where's your
Little baby wrench.
Yeah.
Um,
Just in here.
Oh, these don't use that. They use, they're a different type. It's gonna use this one. They have little slits in them.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so.
And then you just want, you should be able to like lift it up a little bit.
Cut like 2 millimeters on the sharps.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For clearance.
Right.
Yeah, you'll have to, here's the black screwdriver if you want to loosen the cheek block screws, because you're gonna have to do that. Okay. And I'll be right back. Let's see, I don't think there was any.
Do I have to push these things in to pull this out?
No, you just have to pull it hard.
Pull it hard.
Wiggle it and pull.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So let's see if there, I don't think there was any other chat questions. Good luck with the Spirio. Thanks again for the input. Thank you, Lawrence V. Okay. Yeah, someone's really trying to get a hold of me, so I'll give them a call back here. No, I think we'll just let that go at this point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, Russell. Bye. Okay. So yeah, maybe we're gonna come pick this up. So let's see if there's any. All right, nothing new on the chat, but
This is right? Just a little.
yeah, really push down. I mean, that's minimal. I'd maybe give it a little more, because in the middle of the section it might bow down or something.
Okay.
So the that's like maybe like 1 millimeter. Maybe 2. Yeah, the same thing. Just like a little more gap, just in case. 'Cause you don't. It doesn't hurt anything to have a little more. But it would hurt something if it kept,
That wasn't
push the
enough.
key down a little bit. Yeah. Not hurt me. Okay, then. Let's start cleaning up our mess. Not as far as I thought we would be today. List of things to do.
Did you hand me
Screwdriver, Phillips.
Yeah.
I think it's a number 1 on that one.
Why does this keep traveling?
Why does it keep what?
I guess I'm just not.
It's not aligned with the hole, probably.
Hmm.
The hole's probably this way. I could just stick that in. Oh, you're not gonna be able to backfill that one. If you're trying to do that.
Oh.
Because it's tight in this stick.
Okay.
So just run it down. Just line it flush and then run it down into the hole. So that's an exception to the rule, because they don't make a bigger hole in the. Yeah, no less than that what you have there. On those. Right.
And then I just plug this back in.
Yep. Plug it back in. Then we need to put the fall board on.
Yeah.
Throw those away.
Where is the phone board?
What are you looking for? The black one?
Yeah.
On the floor to your left. Is that what you're looking for? The screwdriver with the black handle?
Not a fall board.
Oh, it's sorry, it's there. On top of this piano.
Oh, I see.
Yep. So I usually put those right here on the pins, wood side down. And then
And then
right there, yeah, that way it's right near you. Oh, I mean the other, where it's not gonna fall, it's just the flat wood side down.
oh,
Takes a little while to clean up from all these. Oh, so set it on the, that one doesn't have a spring, so you're gonna set this on the sharps.
Sharps.
It's just too scary on the lap. Some people do it, but in front of the sharps, just like that. Yep. And on a D, it might be like more like the middle of the sharps is the better place.
Yeah. And then you put these on and slide it in.
Yeah, you just lift it up enough to lift it up enough. Yeah, if you go vertical with the block, it's even easier. Oh, and then you're just really careful. You have to be. You won't have to lift it as high if you just go like this.
Oh.
Just lift it barely over there, and then on down. So, because the higher you lift it, the more likely it is that that other side will pop off.
Yeah, the more you know.
Yeah,
And then you just go.
and up and over, up and over and down.
I don't know why the fall board stresses me out.
Well, that's understandable. Yeah, good. And we got the key slip over there.
I'll just put this in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is gonna go back on there.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, on.
Oh, right when I was in your way.
Does this one slide under, or is it just on
Just
top?
in between, there's a groove in the middle of that. So it's like it feels like it's just on top. But there's a thing on the middle that catches, so you just pull this up level and just keep pushing back. You just crook it, that's why it's not going. Well, that scared the cookies out of me.
That also scared me about these cloth things.
Push it all the way back. You're on the right spot, yeah. That's it. Whew. Scary. Yep, that's it. So, except you can give it a test drive if you want. With everything together. Just don't let this hit your fingers. My goodness.
Do I not put that on right?
Well, you put it on right. That's how it goes.
It's not supposed to go further back?
No. No, and some people have, they're gonna add a slow close mechanism eventually, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Put it on, right? Yeah, that's great. That's as far as it goes. Now play it with a banana.
Can you Mike Long plays Black Keys Etude with a grapefruit? Have you ever seen that?
No, but there's this guy on YouTube that did Claire de Lune with a banana. Simplified version. So you approve?
I do.
All right, we got it. Thanks for joining us. We'll shut down the stream. Thank you very much. See you next time.